Rock and roll, my lovelies. How you doing? This is Deshwing with the revenge. There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. How y'all doing? My name is Kit. Welcome to Chicago Plays. And today, we're continuing on with our campaign on the Deshwiings.
Part of the Tyranid fleet had begun to approach the space hulk. Belial tasked us with a mission to find a way to reach Caliban's Will through another
Caliban's
vessel.
Will.
A crusade warship from the Black Templars called
the
Sanctum Imperator.
Sanctum Imperator.
This ship was sent out from Terra to carry the Emperor's holy will to the galaxy, but was caught in the warp and crushed against Caliban's will.
To enter. Let's go. All right, lovelies, we're back. Die, bastard. Gonna start that shit here, huh? Came to the wrong place for that fucking bullshit. It's madness. This is a heretical ship! It's in league with the Fallen! Hello, everybody. Pause it here real quick. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. There we go. Alright, let's rock and roll Ghostbusters. Hearing the whispers. Whispers of a relic from long since past. Bow Xenos. Long live the Emperor. I like the found. Close the door behind us, shall we? There you go. What's this? For the Emperor! Socks away! What's happened? Dynamite Nick! Ooh, it is. Total War 1. Warhammer 1 is free. Ooh, free. More heresy. More heresy. We are witnessing here is heresy. There we go. We must go forward, Space Marines. Brother. Get in here. There we go. Follow me, Space Marines. a lion. I hope all of you are doing well. I am doing well. I'm doing quite healthy. Feeling pretty good about myself. Okay. Okay. Doing all right. Doing all right. Okay. Go here. Where are we at? Oh! Son of a bitch! No one saw that. What do you want? Jackass. God damn it. No one saw that. No one saw that, alright? I did not get a jump scare. No one saw a goddamn thing. Come on, will you guys move? Shit. Damn, we couldn't know it's a friendly fire shit. Anyways, let's go forward, Space Marines. Jackasses. No. No! No! This is heresy. Oops. Let's do a little scan. Destroy. Destroy. Oh, you're playing Battlefield 2042? Oh, jeez. Well, hey, look, folks. Look, we're all having a good time. We're all hanging out with each other. Let's have a good time. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Kicking ass and oh, Jesus Christ! What the fuck is this shit? Oh my God, look at all this heresy. Luther. Luther! You have damned your Space Marine brothers. What on earth? Oh my God. Jackass. Bloody fucking psychers. Anyone else want to do some shit? Fuckers. What the fuck happened here, man? What the flying fuck happened here? Alright, well, you know what? Kill them. Kill them all. Alright, we're gonna go back this way. Fuck Xenos. Cursed gene stealers. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Saturday. I'm happy to join you. Today's going to be a little bit of a longer live stream. Maybe I might order some food too, because I'm basically free to do whatever the hell I want to do today. So, one of those rare moments where I'm on Operation OFP, so get to know me. So so sad. Luther. Luther, the lion loved you like a brother. You were his father. You led yourself to ruin. Look at this. Look at this madness here. Look at this madness here. Alpharius Omegon, are you happy? Are you happy now, Alpharius Omegon? Look at this madness. Oh. Curses. Curses upon you. 1,000 curses. Go ahead and acknowledge the chat. How you doing, chat? Oh, whoa, wait, allow. God damn it. Goddamn mods. I'm playing on PlayStation 4. Isn't that bad? It's so bugged that I'm laughing my ass off on how bad batshit that's insane it is. What are you you talking about? Oh! Yes! 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 The squats are coming back. I heard about that. The squats are back. They're back, baby! Yeah! Woo! The squats are back. Or what are they called now? They're called, or kin as they are called. They're called kin? What? Beer on Saturday is religion. Yes, it is. Actually, you know what? That is a demand. You must have a beer. But you must be of age. No underage drinking. Come on. We're not doing any of that. We're going to be family fucking friendly here. Leagues of Votan is the name of the faction? What model? Wait. That's the name of the squats now? That seems a little bit, unnecessary, but okay. I mean, I guess, whatever. I mean... Oh, I just can't imagine M1A5 with a 50 cal tow minigun mounted on top. Ooh. Well, use your imagination. Imagine. Just the motherfuckers. Little shits. You gonna do that shit to me? I'll cause your... Come here. Don't you ever in your life shoot at me again. Look at this heresy. Look at this heresy. All of this is heresy. All of this. Curses upon the lion for what happened to his sons. Jackass. Huh. Those were psychers. I didn't move. My trigger finger wasn't fast enough to get through all that shit. Okay, hold on. This is where I do a little scan and destroy. Destroy. Hope all of you are doing well. Come on, foul Xenos. Show me what you got. Yeah, that's right. Y'all ain't talking that shit now, are you? Y'all saw that.
finished.
There you go. Right, let's go. Yeah, the Imperium has alcohol. They do. I know the Space Wolves drink well, they drink something that's fucking nuts. I don't know what the fuck they drink. Scan. Destroying that shit. Destroying that rocket launcher before it gets out of hand. Come at me. Alright, where you at? Come on, you gonna shoot at me? Jackass. Hold on, I got a little text message. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I want to read about the squats. Yes, squats made ale 3 times worse than the wolf stuff. Even a Primarch could get lightly drunk off of that. They could. Oh my god. Did you know an astronaut named Harrison Schmidt was allergic to moon dust? No, that's a lie. You better proof. Proof. Or I don't believe you. That's heresy. You can't get allergic off a moon. Well, actually, you know what? In this crazy day and age, watch, I'm gonna be like, correct me, like, Kit did not believe me, and I had to prove him wrong. Alright. Where you at, you foul Xenos? Oh shit.
Psyker in the battlefield. Warrior's time in sight.
What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I died.
Part of the Tyranid fleet had begun to approach
Jackass.
the Space Hulk.
Ogus.
Belial tasked us with a mission to find a way to reach
Ogus.
Caliban's will through another impacted vessel.
I have to do that shit all over again, do I gotta get those relics all over again. Those little shits. Those little shits. I gotta find those relics now again. Motherfuckers. I gotta get those relics again. How dare they? How simply dare they? Alright.
Missile launcher sighted.
Alright. God damn it. Alright, no one saw that. I did not get killed for no reason. What? You'll let me go this time. Alpharius or Megan, you're leaving. Why? Oh my goodness. We lost a loyal space marine. Loyal to the Imperium. Oh. Hey, don't let politicians get to you. Politicians are all scumbags, no matter what part of the world you're in. They're all scum. Scum. All politicians are scum. Human scum. The Orky cabinet. Yeah, see, orcs are more honest. There you go. The orcs care about one thing. Fighting and fighting. Orcs. Hello, motherfuckers.
They are using crack missiles.
Crack missiles. They're using crack missiles. If you need more money, just knock out more teeth. Okay. Doot. 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 Let's try. I think I know what I gotta do now. Bammo shablam. Back. Bammo shablam. Do you know sharks like the taste of the internet? By 1987, the Pacific Ocean had fiber optic cables installed. Let's just say sharks like cables. Ooh. Sharky. There you go. Fucking with me.
Xenos sorcery. Fortify your soul.
There you go. Alright, let's roll. Let's roll. But anyways, you know the shark. The way to fight off a shark is literally rotate them, or either that, punch them in the eye, or hit their gills. That's right. We here at Chicago Plays encourage shark violence. No, don't do that. Come here.
Action complete. Medkit is reloading.
Where are you at, Falzinos? There you go. There you go. I'm healed. I'm healed. Street sharks. Street sharks. Street sharks. All right, let's roll. All right. We must do something to fight against the fallen. Now this time around, I gotta be smart in regards to dealing with these Xenos. I died the last time. Die, Xenos. You. They cannot hurt me, for I am a loyal servant of the Emperor of Mankind. Do. Did you know that professionals are studying if music can alter the taste of cheese? So they're trying to find out if Led Zeppelin can make cheddar taste like rock. Do you want to rock? Rock! I'm gonna smell all sweaty. Stanky. Okay. Where was I last left? I ran into one Xenos. Sorcerer. Oh, fuck. Where?
Operation finished.
God damn. Hmm. Yeah, I do have psychic powers. I forgot I had psychic powers. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoops. Whoops. I did forget I had psychic powers. Woogie boogie boogie. Alright, let me go ahead and figure this out here. Ah. Go ahead and hack. Take that, fuckers. Destroy. First time using the turret right there. Hello, hello, all. Alright, let's go. Come on. Come on. Anyone else feel like being a nut? That's what I frickin' thought. Let's go, Ghostbusters. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Gate launch. Did you also hear about Dark Tide? No, I have not. What's going on with Dark Tide? Do I want to go with Thunderhammer this time? Heavy Flamer? No, Heavy Flamer won't work. Thunderhammer, though. Thunderhammer. Well, it's got a powerful ability. I'm gonna keep my hammer or my plasma gun. Keep my plasma gun. Kit's Legion. My legion of merry gentlemen. God damn. There you go.
Mission accomplished, brother.
Go hack this thing. Destroying the gun. Destroying the gun. Alright. Alright, so, I don't know. I think the plasma gun's a pretty good thing. Melee, I don't recommend. Okay, so yeah. Right, here we go. Let's stay a little bit in the back. Don't go all in. Fight me, foul Xenos. Okay. Gonna come pretty soon. Here they come. Here they come. There we go. That's how you handle things. Objective complete. Librarian. We have completed receiving new equipment for you. Incoming mission. It's available on the bridgehead along with your current equipment, the Vengeance. This version of the assault cannon uses ultra armor piercing Vengeance rounds at the cost of decreasing weapon fire rate. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Okay. I think books are still necessary in the far, far future.
The chamber we are seeking does not appear on the schematic.
What?
The only conclusion we can draw is that the chamber was deliberately omitted. A hidden gene seed vault, most likely.
No! The gene seed of the fallen!
Must locate it and
No! This is a trap! It's all a trap! It's a trap! Good thing Alferis or Megan isn't here right now. Good thing he's not here right now to see this. What?
The gene seed is behind this door. Brother Epistolary, you have to find the chamber from your vision with the utmost urgency.
Okay, let me just go ahead and open the side gate. I need to update some shit. Real quick. Real quick. Story time with Kit. Story time. This is the gene seed of the fallen. It's the gene seed of the fallen. Assault cannon, eh? We'll see what that's like. It's like powers. Powers! Inferno. There you Wait, that's not what I want. I wanted the vengeance. Vengeance. There we go. Deploy. What's this like? That? No. Deploy. Ooh, that sounds cat fancy right there. Should he get one too? My fellow brother. Do you think he should get? Oh, he can't get that one. Oh, that's a dick. That's a dick. All right. Anyways. Shit. Okay. So do you think I should say with the plasma gun? What do you think, folks? This weapon here? This one? Or the plasma gun? What do you think? What do you think, guys? Yes or no? There's 7 of you in here. What do you think? Alright, we'll let's try this level out. Oh, plasma gun's been old faithful right now. See, this is the vengeance. You could do all that. Right? Recoil, reliability. Plasma cannon, though. Far more. I don't know. I'm keeping plasma cannon. Gotta have that plasma. That plasma. Where do I gotta go? Wait. So there's nothing here. So it's behind that door, I guess. Arms at legs. Whoa, what the fuck? What on earth? Open the door. So where the fuck do I go now? Wait. Upcoming mission. I'll need to search for the ship. Oh, come on. That's some bull. Alright, well. Look for something then. Hey, don't say fuck Cadia! Cadia's a glorious, glorious planet. For the Emperor of mankind. I think a little bit later I'll be ordering some food. Food. And some delicious food. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go anywhere. We're gonna get a little story time. You know what? Speaking of which, check our burger. We are gonna get story time. The Donner Party. Now, first of all, Cadia is a glorious, glorious planet. Alderaan had it coming. I'm sorry, folks. If that's offensive, if that's too wild, too crazy. I hate telling you all this. It's the truth. Alderaan had it coming. Alderaan had it coming.
Brother Epistolary, you have to find the chamber from your vision with the utmost urgency.
Yeah, I know that, jackass. Shit. Ask me to find it from my vision. No, what do you think I'm trying to do here? Think I'm jerking my dick around? Fucking A. Tell me. Oh, you gotta find it. Yeah, I know. I know, jackass. Fucking A. Find it. I wanna look for it, alright? Jeez, Louise. Brother Epistolary, just find it. Yeah, I know, I gotta find it. Tell me I gotta find it. I know I gotta find it. What I'm trying to do here, huh? I'm just fucking around here? Shit. Thank you for liking. Alderaan had it coming! Alderaan had it coming. Sorry. It's a fact. Alderaan had it coming. Alderaan had it coming. Nothing that could be done. Alderaan. It did. Yes. Alright, so hold on. Father Sweden. I'm sorry, Chekhar Burker. Father Sweden, which is better, Imperium or Chaos? And also, why is Chaos better? Here's the thing, right? So I'm gonna take some things I saw from a video from Texas Speech Device, right? When Magnus and the Emperor, the two characters, were arguing about the warp. You know, the warp is a reflection of all life. Humanity, Eldar, everyone, right? We all know that Khorne thrives off of war and conflict. Slaanesh, look, if there's something happening, someone's probably getting off on it, so whatever. Rule 34, right? Nurgle, let's face it, life, he is death after all. Without death, there can be no life. And of course, Tzeentch is all about intrigue, knowledge, you know, so, and while there's a lot of negative aspects about Chaos, remember, there's some honorable aspects too. Like, for example, Khorne is all about war and conflict, but also honor and courage and facing off against challenges. Tzeentch, yeah, sorcery and dark magic, but also knowledge and the ability to stop conspiracies and treason from happening. Nurgle, like I said, death and life. You can't have life without death. You can't have death without life. And of course, again, with Slaanesh, you dare tiptoe with passion and love, but I don't want to go too much for that monster. Say Monolith Kit, I think the chamber you're looking for is one of those huge rooms that are darkened for you. Alright. Go check out the map here real quick. So, yeah, I'm going the wrong way too, aren't I? I think I gotta check out. What did I do? I think I gotta go here. So let me just backtrack here real quick. Go backtrack here. Go down these stairs. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. No. That's there. Oh! There we go. Ah, ha, ha. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. I knew it. Aha. Here we go. Here we go. But this is Gene Seed of the Fallen! I knew it. Luther, how could you betray us? Worse than course. You, a simple human, who took in a Primarch, raised him as your own, only to betray him? Betray your son?
This hole is filled by an immense psychic echo.
Okay, this looks like a boss fight.
Really is a gene seed repository from before the loss of Caliban. Grandmaster, this is a prize most precious.
No!
We must ensure it's secured for the chapter. I have preempted you, Brother Nahum. Additional squads are closing on your position. Brood Lord, three brothers. Brood.
Foul creature!
Scour the gene stealers from the Caliban's will. Leave nothing alive.
Alright, we're doing an old-fashioned
We have
purging.
to exterminate them at all costs, so that other squads can secure the Caliban's will.
Where you at, you fucks? Come on, show yourselves. Wait, I gotta kill every... Ooh, I gotta do a good old-fashioned purging here. Gotta kill them all. Wait.
They're overwhelming us. Warrior strength. Three of the angels of death.
Come on, show yourself, you little fucks. Come on. Come on, you all want to still keep on fucking around? Let's go. Come on. Where you at? Sorry, folks. No, Tyranids' lives do not matter. Screw the Xenos.
Warrior strength.
Come on, foul Xenos. Come on. Wanna do some shit with me? Let's go. There you are.
Warrior strength.
Come on.
Warrior strength.
Well, start shooting.
Warrior strength in sight.
I see it too. Yeah, great. Where you running to?
Warriors drain in sight.
Anyone else? Hope y'all are enjoying the stream, by the way. Go.
For the Emperor.
Come on. Full muzzle control. Trigger control. Trigger control is what we're looking at here. That's the name of the game. Saw that? That's called trigger control, folks. Trigger control. There you go.
Warriors drain.
Come on, dude, don't get in my line of fucking sight, jackass. Come on.
Warriors drain in sight.
There you go. Now that's what you call trigger control. War moose. Ooh. That's because they're having a war moose, but their die is too. Oh, wow. That sounds pretty cool. I am the war moose. Where are you? Come on. Come on, Falzinos. Bring it on. Think we're scared of your punk asses? Fuck you. Right. Ain't shit.
Warriors drain in sight. Warriors drain. Slay the abomination.
There you go. That's how you handle these fuckers. Oh, that was stupid of me. That was a waste of shot.
You will all die.
No, we won't. Stop saying that, jackass. We will all die. What the fuck's wrong with you? We will all die. Bring it on, fuckheads. Bring it in. Bring it on. Nowhere to be seen. Oh, there you go.
They are overwhelming us. Warriors drain in sight.
Bring it. Bring it. 64 little shits left. Come on. Bring it on, you Falzinos. There you go. That's how you blow them all up.
They are overwhelming us.
No, they're not. Stop saying that. Shit. I was saying, oh, they're overwhelming us. They're overwhelming us. No, they're not. They're overwhelming us. They're overwhelming us. They're overwhelming us. Oh, no. Oh no, fuck. Is there another soldier?
Glorious ray.
There you go. Come on. No, they're not. Jackasses. They ain't got shit on us. Objective complete. Ooh, Spear of Caliban. What's this? Plasma cannon has been modified, adding its fire rate. Given the energy consumed by plasma, cause less damage, have more limited explosion radius. Huh. Okay, well, we're gonna stop here. But what's this? There we go. Continue. I'm gonna get my psychic powers up. There we go.
We finally found the artifact that I had seen, and perhaps was the source of the visions that beset the librarians.
Carlton dancing.
In the
What?
ancient
Come
Dark
on.
Angel's ship, we uncovered a conservation chamber that held ancient gene seed from the Legion of the Lion. A gift of the
actually, that did happen.
Even
There were
as we
gene
celebrated
stealers
this
on
discovery,
Terra.
A terrible brood.
They were already
the
there.
final evolution of gene stealers.
Some of them were
assailed
already
us,
there.
and we only vanquished it with much difficulty and loss. Our brothers came to our assistance, and with them we secured Caliban's will to ensure that no gene stealers would seize the precious gene seed.
Now here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually going to stop right here, actually.
The strength of the Deathwing holds secure the Caliban's will.
Mm-hmm.
The gene seed store is currently safeguarded.
Yes.
But the Emperor yet has labors for us.
Cat Marine.
Analysis of the second swarm of gene stealers revealed something that
Troubles my heart.
The gene stealers have established a brood lair aboard the Caliban's will, close to the gene data they desire. Our gene seed, contained in the vault. As valuable as it is to the chapter, the gene stealers seek only to pillage and corrupt its secrets. This swarm of gene stealers already contains the code of our ancestors.
What?
They cannot reunite with the Tyranid fleet. The genetic code of the Lion and the Dark Angels, the grand creation of the Emperor, would be perverted into countless alien monstrosities. These abhorrent creatures must be destroyed quickly. Broods of hybrids have activated the energy grid powering nearby banks of savior pods, giving them the means to dispatch their gene-bearing abominations to the approaching Tyranid vessel.
What?
Stop this Xenos plot at all costs.
Okay, well, I'll take care of that in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. But until then, we're actually gonna have a little fun. We're gonna have some fun. Wanna know why we're gonna have some fun? Because I said so. That's right. We're gonna change things up just a little bit. We're gonna do something a little bit different. What? Oh my goodness. Hold on. First things first. Let's go ahead and let's have some fun. Flash kids. Flash kids. Hold on. Let me just change one thing. We're gonna have a little chat. can. Alright, there you go. Alright. Let's rock and roll.
I used to be a normal guy. Played sports. Had a platonic relationship with animals. My father even respected me. I've been an anime fan for 3 days now. Or an abnormal, as me and my friends used to call them. Now look at us. Bryce was the first to fall, taken in by the allure of hentai. He used to be the all-star varsity quarterback. Now, he just sits there, spending thousands of dollars on little resin statues. Tyler was doomed from the start. His childhood love of Dragon Ball Z provided an easy re-entry of the disease back into his life. He tells me Goku has blue hair now, and it's a big deal. He's too stupid to realize he's been taken advantage of. And then there's Mick. We always thought he was kinda gay, but we never expected him to start making JoJo fan animations for 3 years. He's gonna be 40 next year. As for me, on the inside I still feel like the same old Nathaniel. Sometimes I can almost trick myself into thinking I'm normal. But then I hear someone criticizing Kaguya-sama, Love is War, and I just can't stop myself from spurging out. I thought about trying to reintegrate back into society. Get a girlfriend who believes in astrology and wonders if I'm dyslexic when she catches me reading children's books back to front.
Find a girlfriend that'll like you who you are, buddy.
A chance to be normal again. It would be so easy. But then, she'd probably want me to watch Euphoria. I'd rather die. I never wanted to be an anime fan. But what choice did I have left? The West's only target audience nowadays is teenagers. 30-year-old women. I'm a man without a country. But I'm not alone. Every day, more and more refugees pour in. From Amazon, from Netflix, from HBO. And it makes me think, maybe I'm not so abnormal after all. All these people looking for one thing.
No. Oh, no.
Sadly, they won't find it here.
Yes, NordVPN gives you tons of pussy, money, and fame. All of the things you would expect from a world-class VPN. But did you know it also has threat protection? What would you do if you accidentally clicked on a malicious website and were greeted by this?
Oh.
You have no idea, do you? Luckily, with NordVPN threat protection, you don't need to worry. Companies tracking you across the internet? Fuck you! Malware trying to hide in your downloaded files? Fuck you! Intrusive ads? Fuck you! Hey. Threat protection protects you from it all and can even be left on when not connected to a VPN server. But if you are connected to a server, NordVPN lets you do all of this too. If you click on the link in the description or use coupon code GITS and sign up for a 2-year plan, you'll get 73% off of NordVPN, making it roughly the cost of 1 coffee per month. Plus, we'll give you an additional month for free, and a 30-day money-back guarantee if you're not happy. What is your privacy worth, sir? Link in the description.
Link in the description. All right, there you go. Well done, lads at Flash Gits. They're always doing some good stuff. Got one of their shirts after all. They got some good stuff. Hang on. But I found something that I want to talk about. Saw a series, apparently. Saw this. And so, I think it's only fair that we actually play this. All right. The Emperor is back. Take that, Father Sweden. So I saw this video just before I came in today, and I was realizing, like, wait a minute, the guys from the Texas speech device, the people who made If the Emperor Had a Texas Speech Device, they did something original. Excuse me, the Emperor is still alive, Father Sweden. Rogel Torn. Behold the glorious Emperor. Or Emperor. Hunter, the parenting. Arc 1 of 3, jumping into a world of darkness. Grandpa told me to. Norfolk, England, 2006.
About fucking time! Gather round, everyone!
Oh, spooky words.
You bet your bottom dollar, boy!
Pound, Dad. Bottom pound. We live in England now.
Never mind the fucking money, Marcus! Just breathe it in! That fresh ectoplasmic air! Ah, it's thick with geists!
Please no ghosts of Lungies.
Fret not, boy. Ghosts do not hunt Lungies.
My darling son-in-law, why don't you tell the family where we are?
Right, sure thing, sir.
Hello, sir? Come on, it's been years! Just call me Dad. Or Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Keep calling him D.
Oh.
Don't stress, love.
All right.
Aw, Magnus and Kit.
Ignore that. Okay, so we are on one of Norfolk's many ghost walks. It is allegedly very haunted, and we are very walking on it.
Neat. So, suggestion, Dad, maybe tell all of us where we are headed before we arrive next time?
This would be practical.
Suggestion vetoed.
Why?
Because otherwise we'd have to hear Marcus whining about how he doesn't want to go.
Yeah, it does sound like that.
Oh, it's not. I don't whinge, complain.
And I don't know how to break this to you, but...
Okay, fine, but not like that. Not since I was like 15.
Well, yeah, I mean, wasn't your big 15 like last year? With the Magic Wizard card game and the clown?
That was my 30th birthday.
Clown birthday. This is what we video gamers call an epic failure, brother.
Epic failure, brother.
You've never even heard of Gmod door.
I'm beloved.
You're what? All right, whatever. I don't respect time. It's
Yes! See, Father Sweden, this is why the Emperor is awesome. What? Time? It's an odious concept. Forget that. That's our glorious overlord right there.
You have
What's up, Morning Star Banff?
To this ghost walk.
It is quite the trail into a wooded area.
It shall be an exciting outing for the whole family. Is that understood?
I like excitement.
So, this is that forest with all those active missing persons cases, I assume?
Of course. Who do you take me for?
What?
What indeed? But be brave, boy. Purge yourself of cowardice. It's half the reason we're here.
Father, a scary movie may have been a more appropriate first step.
His first impression of terror shall be in real life, not a movie film. We shall throw the boy into the dread inferno and see his fearful hide burn away in the conflagration.
We are not throwing my son into a fire.
Or I will find a way to make an analogy physical and then smack you with it.
My flesh consumed.
All right, hello. Sorry. shall we go?
Please.
It's already 3rd croak after midnight. We need to get home in time for breakfast.
Fucking Norfolk! Very well, my sons. We go.
There you go. The Emperor and his sons. And grandson. The Emperor is wise, Father Sweden. The Emperor is glorious.
Look alive, boys. Unlike the ghosts, the woodland corridor calls to us.
Yes.
Keep an eye out and a brisk pace.
There you go. You got, look at that. The Emperor's got a nice thick snack there, too.
No complaining, Marcus.
But complaining about Marcus is allowed.
Correct.
Bad Dad.
What?
And now we go.
So, how much of this place do you remember?
A little bit. Me and the lads used to dare each other to come down here alone.
Spooky.
These woods are bloody creepy.
That's right. The Emperor doing his little dance. Big D.
Does your garden grow?
Silver bells and cockle shells.
Cock!
Stop ruining the mood.
We're just talking about Cockthorpe. Relax. Just down the road from home.
Hey, did you know Cockthorpe has a church?
Okay, that's like saying Cockthorpe has a pub. That is literally the most mundane thing you could have said. What the fuck?
Relax. It's not a dying woman, probably. It's just a fox.
Yeah, it's just a scream of probably not a dying woman. It's just a fox. What does the fox say?
What?
And for those of you who live on the East and West Coast, especially in Los Angeles or New York City, my family, we own some property out there in Michigan City, Indiana. And it's in a rural part of it, of that area. And you want to know what the sound of a dying rabbit sounds like? Ah! That's the sound of a dying rabbit. They scream. A lot of people don't know that, but rabbits scream.
Hey, speaking of, does this place have any scary urban legends?
Spooky, scary
aside from
urban
those incredibly
legends.
current
Who is
missing
texting
persons
me?
reports?
Holy shit, of course! Yeah,
How dare
a guy
they?
fell off his bike
How
here.
dare you?
Fuck, scary! Anything else?
Okay, actually. You know Binham, about 4 miles from Warham?
I mean, yeah, quite close to Cockthorpe.
Okay, so, quick story. Back in 1091, some Benedictine monks founded a priory down in Binham. But according to legend, its priors were corrupt and evil. One of them even sold off the priory's valuables to fund some bizarre alchemical experiments.
What?
You know, it's always the alchemist you don't see that gets you.
Yeah, you really tried with that one.
Not hard enough.
Anyway, allegedly, a secret tunnel was built in the priory, going between Binham all the way to Little Walsingham.
What?
Isn't that 3 miles?
Yes. Others say that the tunnel actually leads between Binham and a guild house in Blakeney, which is even further. And some say it leads between both.
That's a lot of digging, ain't it?
That's a lot
In
of
the
digging.
time since, many accounts have been made of a figure stepping out from the tunnel beneath Binham Priory. A black-hooded monk traversing
Foul chaos worshipper, Father Sweden. A foul chaos worshipper going up against the glorious Imperium of mankind.
the priory between dusk and dawn. The tale of the spectre eventually reached an intrepid fiddle player who decided to investigate. Before entering, the fiddler, alongside his trusty canine companion,
Puppers!
offered a crowd of locals a chance to accompany him on his subterranean trip by following the sound of his fiddle over ground. The strong reverberations of his music would be heard even through the earth, so he said. And indeed, it was.
What?
Playing all the while, the fiddler began his trek through the tunnel. The locals, listening intently, chased the sound of his music. All was seemingly well. Then, after about a mile of walking, the sound of his fiddle ceased. Sometime later, the locals found the fiddler's dog, wet and whimpering. But the fiddler himself?
Father Sweden, that's not cash money.
This trail we're walking on leads across where this tunnel was supposedly would have gone between Binham and Walsingham. And it is said that sometimes you can still hear the distant sound of the fiddler, yet wandering the depths of the earth.
I have learned to fear ground fiddle.
That's all I remember, though. I haven't been around here since we were like 11, maybe?
That's all I remember. Fucking hell, like you didn't just belt out an entire encyclopedia on the
Encyclopedia Kitten.
subject.
Yeah, shit, sorry.
You've been over this. Don't apologize. I'm always impressed. There's no one that likes you more than me.
What?
Funny.
Where did that come
It's
from?
fine. I like you more than him.
Oh, there we
Turns
go.
out.
Get what is ice cream?
And
Ice cream is frozen milk,
I'm
folks, with
happy
some flavors
you're
in it.
mostly woman.
nice. Shit, speaking of, actually, have you ever been in these parts?
Not really.
Not really.
At least nothing I remember.
Father Sweden, my curiosity of mixing witches' brews takes priority over people's health. Ooh.
You monkey!
Purge yourself of these noises, boy. Concentrate.
Listen to Big D.
Master of your reality. Whip it into submission with your
Right.
giant, powerful arms.
I guess that the only things that make a big sound in the woods are bears and people. Was that a bear or a people?
Boy,
Oi.
do not speak to Krakus.
Well, I don't. He's just
Yo.
always screaming from the ditch.
Halt.
There we go. Emperor.
There's your underwood.
Already in the woods. Okay, that is what you meant.
That was look at that. Funny animation right there. Look, Rogaldorn's walking to the side like that.
Come, boy.
Does England have bears?
Dad, where the fuck are you going?
This isn't really part of the conventional ghost walk experience.
The Emperor. Yeah, you have deer. What happened to all the wolves and bears of England?
Wait, is that? Whoa.
Father, do you wish to enter this hole?
You gotta go in.
Watch is at the ready.
Watch is at the ready.
Going
Hang on, boy. You got this. Release 500 wild bears, the wolves, and the there we go. Let's see. Boys only eating butter, meat, good, butter, and coffee with egg milk for the past months. He is extremely powerful as a result of this. The local bullies call him mate, pronounced meat. This entirely flies over Dora's head as he cannot nor cares to decipher the British language. Wow. That is glorious. That is a little wiki fact right there. Look at that. See? Eat meat, butter, and coffee with egg milk. Now, I would also add in some toast, you know. I have a little bit of some bread there. My breakfast usually it's meat, toast, coffee. With some fruit there, here and there. So there you go. Just have a nice little sweet treat. So there we go. Apologies, the plan is call France and destroying successionists in the Empire. Good! Rule Britannia. Britannia rules the waves. Who dare insults Britannia? Marcus and Kitten were childhood friends before Marcus moved. They met again as adults at a LAN party in Great Yarmouth. Their relationship had never been, their relationship had never been had Kitten not telefragged Marcus into a vicious need to prove his gamer superiority. The hunt lasted 42 hours before two, grim and sleep deprived, decided to get physical. It's now been 8 years, and Marcus has yet to succeed in exploiting Kitten into pieces, but they are at least content. There we go. Oh, I'm happy for Kitten and Marcus. Well, there they go.
Holy shit, these must be the tunnels.
Yeah, the tunnels.
I wasn't even sure they were real. Fucking hell, I'm alright.
Keep an ear out for fiddles, boy.
Hey!
Wait, come look at this!
Vikings! Englishmen! Be at peace! Many years ago, there was a TV show called Vikings where we saw the English and the Vikings fight. Let us learn to have peace. What would Ragnar Lothbrok say to all of you right now fighting over this?
Isn't this suspicious looking?
Looks no worse than Marcus's room.
Looks no worse than your face.
There you go.
Yes, it does.
Where are you with that?
All right, let's split up.
Any particular reason?
It shall be spookier that way.
Okay, Frederick from Spooby-Doob.
I really don't want to.
Come, boy. It's all right. Nothing here can hurt you. Except Cavens.
And fiddle ghosts.
Oh, you always
Fiddle ghosts.
for the fiddle ghosts, mate. A curse upon your names.
Curses!
Okay. Just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. Just keep
swimming.
swimming. What the?
There, boy. No need to panic. Look, it's a picnic table.
Yes.
Why is there...
It's a surprise for sure, but a welcome one. One of the greatest table designs known to
mankind.
The unity of table and bench. Pure in function, yet handsome in its form.
There we go.
I...
Yes, the Emperor did just front flip.
A moment, boy. I must measure the board with.
Why?
It must be done, boy.
What is that? Is that something in the dock? Ah!
Let go of him.
No! Look out!
Don't worry, kid. It'll all be over soon.
What the heck?
I'm here.
Door, you good?
Yes.
There you go.
You fox! Your arms?
Ah, there are more of you here, aren't there? Light it up, Marcus.
Why, of course!
Light him up. Ew.
No, boy. They're vampires. Kindred. But these ones are probably just licks.
What did you just fucking call us, bloodbag? Do you even know what those words mean?
I'm freshly read up.
Well, I got a name for you. Dead meat.
Shut the fuck up, shitbeard. You, ski goggles. Keep talking.
I'm gonna make some guesses. You can tell me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay, so you are Sludge Lad.
What?
Sludge Lad. You know, easy to assume going by your ugly mug.
Sludge?
You, meanwhile, human-animal type vampire. Your vicious sideburns and the
I
massive...
will bite your cock off!
Cool. So, I would guess you are a biker bro blank.
It's pronounced clan.
What? I'll write that down.
Ah, shitbeard!
How many answers?
Stop platforming the antediluvian concept of clans in front of the potential shovelheads.
Sure,
I'm
Jay.
sorry, I'm in a really heightened state right now.
Right, good. Oh, fuck.
There you go.
Lastly, you are a vampire wizard.
How would you know this? We have giant brains.
There we
Not
go.
that hard for us to figure out.
Okay, but everything your mate just said was wrong.
Details! Now enough with the distractions, son-in-law. We have them surrounded. Fuck. Boss, it's not looking good!
Yes, you foul ape!
Fuck you.
You drew hunters to the launch site of the crusade!
No, Fuck
You're
yourself.
fucking overfeeding!
There's no such thing as overfeeding.
Ooh, shoot him.
I disagree.
Well, boys, you've had your 15 minutes. Kill the hunters! They evict us!
No. What the heck?
That's the stuff. Scream for me.
Oh.
Boy, are you okay?
Yes, are you?
No.
Name's
No.
Piotr. Figured you ought to know the name of the guy
Whoa.
about to eat your goddamn soul.
Over him!
You fucking punk!
Shoot him, kitten. Oh.
You never should have come here, bloodbags. The sword of Cain should cleave you in twain.
You think you're being funny?
I am not funny.
You're not!
I mean, you're right. I mean,
Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit. God damn.
any other tricks you had up your sleeve here?
My face! Fuck you!
Hey!
Why?
Do yourself a favor. Stop brutalizing my fiancé, please!
You get to have a fiancé? Fuck you!
Stop hitting his part!
Your funny little fort has been sieged, bloodbag.
No.
You.
Oh.
Put him down.
Door got
No.
one.
I don't need eyes to kill, bloodbag. I can hear you.
Well, hey, since you can, you're the nastiest vamp I've ever seen.
Okay, get him.
No, not really.
You're a goddamn tease lover boy!
Oh.
He seems smarter than the other. But an angry vampire is unpredictable.
There you go.
Marcus, I got one!
Hell yeah, companion!
Oh.
Coming here into our space! You don't get to fight back in our hole! You don't get anything but death!
Please. Please.
You little shitheel! You don't want to be embraced? Spoil little ass! Not on your life! You're me!
Oh no. There you go. Whoops.
Looks like I embraced you. I got one too.
That was incredibly irrational.
Fuck you, Dor. I got him.
I think we all got one, actually.
What about the wizard?
Anyone have an ice pack?
I got an ice pack.
You sure do, champ.
Yep, so here's how it is. Dor is one of the Emperor's sons, or Big D's sons. Marcus, and then we have Boy. And those two are in a little happy-go-lucky relationship.
Marcus, your contraption has many problems. You could have tripped on the way here and hurt yourself.
But I didn't.
The vampires could have noticed and not jumped at you.
But they did.
Yes.
But they didn't.
This time. But
Next time.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You should just bring a gun.
Fuck you, America. Steak jacket is the best idea. Tell him, love. Tell him you think it's such a cool idea.
Jacket's very clever, Marcus, but...
But a gun.
Hold on a second. Was that really all of them?
Not quite. I was waiting for you to notice.
Not a step closer! No harm shall befall me!
Gentlemen, this man is a wizard.
I cannot.
It is the impressive power of the wizard-type strings.
He's dominating
Our wills.
I can't step forward.
Mortal fools dare invade the lair of mighty Kevin! These
Kevin?
tunnels are not yours to traverse. They are the domain of the Canaanites. Then, now and forevermore, and you shall not leave knowing their existence.
Legend! So your kind was behind the death of the fiddler.
The fiddler? What the fuck? An ancient wives' tale, far beneath me. Kevin! But I would not bet against it. These mystic halls hide many secrets, but none for you.
Get 'em.
No kind.
All your knowledge is ours now, tick.
Yeah, by the way, check it out. What's funny is the Emperor does have many sons and children. The Emperor was pretty busy on Holy Terra, after all.
You and your whole little rat pack are gonna sing like sopranos when we get our hands
Shut up,
on
Tool! Fear the will of Kevin!
Father!
You foul swine! You have made me so hungry.
Father! It's fine, my children. You have done me proud.
Enough! The beast shall be denied no longer!
No! Don't you dare
No!
die.
Oh, this sweet nectar! A delight for the senses! Addicting, magical, lemon-scented! The great and mighty Kevin demands more!
Do something. Do
Damn it.
something.
If only I could.
What the? What the heck?
It's a good thing I came here. Absolutely fucked on DMT!
As expected of Sir D. He knew that putting narcotics in his system would befuddle the vampire.
That is definitely why I did that!
Its spell is broken, and with that...
Yowie!
Big work, everyone. Done bigly.
Shut up, Dad. You're delirious.
Marcus, have you always had my right?
No! I am the great and mighty Kevin! You are shit! Spit rotting in a ditch at the side of the road! Compared to me! You shall obey! Obey!
We got more mind control, lads!
Like I trained you, boys!
Break eye contact.
And shatter concentration.
Yes! Shades! No one clipped that.
And that is how it's done. Woo!
Fabulous job, boys.
No one
Few more
clipped that.
battles like these, and I'd say you're ready for the big league.
4 vamps. That's more than we've ever caught before. Holy shit, I cannot wait to get back to study them.
Yeah, back to my house.
Because I'll actually get to do that this time, right?
Marcus, I'm so proud of your scholastic habits. Just leave the wizard to me and I'll give you the
Putting
lot.
murderous vampires in my house to experiment on. That's great.
Boy, you did good tonight.
I hate vampires so heckin' much.
Boy.
Whoa, watch the language.
No,
Language.
boy, you're doing well. Learning to sublimate hate in place of fear is part of becoming a well-adjusted adult.
That's right,
Like
folks.
me!
Yes, there you go.
Father.
You see, Father Sweden, the Emperor is a well-adjusted adult. It's just his traitorous sons couldn't see that.
Got it! Also, I love my precious grandchild. You did so well.
All I did was scream and give ice packs.
Son, the journey of 100 miles begins with a single step.
And this was the first step on your
Road to confidence. There you go.
I kind of don't want confidence. I want to go home. Do Halo 2 Deathmatch.
Halo
Too bad
2.
We didn't get a single look at any fiddlers or black-clad monks.
You know what? I feel like we got our fill of supernatural creatures anyhow. Just hope the Arcanum doesn't find out this time.
It's fine.
It really is.
For this kind of catch, the ends very much justify the means.
Well said, sons.
Well said,
And
gentlemen.
besides, it's like I always say, no witnesses, no crime. I don't pay taxes, kid.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the severe head trauma. Fuck, adrenaline is so potent. This was a pretty cool trip.
That's the spirit, Marcus.
There you go.
But the night isn't over yet. We've got...
Now, by the way, folks, speaking of which, get your own eWin gaming chair. Use the code Chicago for 20% off. Use the link in the chat right there. There you go. Use that chat.
vampires to interrogate. And I've got ayahuasca to brew in the cabinet.
Oh, I love ayahuasca.
Yes, you do, my sweet little grandson. Family, let's go home.
The Emperor gives good advice. There you go.
Actually giving boy ayahuasca, right? Wait, why are you driving by?
Who is this mysterious woman?
Oh. Hunters.
Who is this mysterious woman who is fiddling? Fiddler. Oh, that came out wrong. Untitled Chapter. Alphabusha. Speaker D. Scriptwriters. Speaker D. Alphabusha. Script editors. Oculus Impera. Oh, hey, I know him. Pretty good. That's pretty good stuff for 40K content. Oh, we're watching all 3 videos. Yeah, this is gonna be a little relaxed live stream, you know. Eliphas. Thunder Psycho as Kitten, Speaker D as Big D, Super Anchors as Door, Digram as Marcus, Nostalgia as Boy. Oops, hold on, I missed it. Yes, we believe in you through the grim darkness. Oh. What is this blood? Who is this lady? Who is this lady? This vampire lady. I like this new thing that they're doing too. Because obviously, Games Workshop is being a bunch of bitches to them, or being bitches to like all the content creators that have been doing Warhammer 40k animation and content. So until Games Workshop decides to get its ass in order.
In this episode of Hunter the Parenting, the family are forced out on a family trip at 3 a.m. by their scornful father.
The Parenting Audio Logs. Kitten and Big D's primer on supernatural and local folklore. What is this?
Oh, what a beautiful morning to... Who the fuck is in my kitchen? Ah! Son-in-law!
Good morning, Sword.
Sword what? Oh, this old thing.
The Emperor!
Sorry. I thought you were the landlord.
I own this house. We don't have a landlord.
Oh, so that makes you the landlord, parasite. Well, in that case, good morning, mighty almost child. I have a request.
Put the sword away and I can see what I can do.
Capital! Consider it done! Ah, son-in-law, my body yearns for my special omelet. Can you make it for me?
Sure. Do you have a recipe?
I'll command the instructions to enter the brain with my powerful voice!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, alright, just need to mix boy's egg milk. Oh, shit! Do we have any jam left?
We are out. I'll have to go get more when I next go grocery snatching.
Oh, God, Marcus won't eat his porridge without jam.
Oh, what a child! He wants his porridge, but only with jam. He'll eat the beans, but not the sprouts. He wants his leek soup, but with absolutely no Marmite!
Such a baby.
He is literally a baby! My baby, precious little small child. Oh my God, he is so small and adorable!
Smallest possible child.
Small, perfect child! Ah.
He's not going to eat this porridge.
Absolutely not. But he'll gobble up Brancaster muscles like it's his goddamn birthright. Norfolk has corrupted my son.
I need to try out Marmite. You know what? I've never had Marmite. I'll have to try it, though. Norfolk has corrupted my son. You see, Father Sweden, this is why the Emperor's the best. Look at all this great advice he's giving.
He would never eat marine mush before a return to these accursed reaches. Does he even know what happens in the ocean? I don't. It's terrifying.
Oh, and I agree. Yes, the ocean can be terrifying. For those of you who don't remember, when I was playing The Shore, and I gotta get back to playing that again, Narcosis, let's just say me and Giant Squid do not get along. Cthulhu still owes me money.
Muscles on his porridge.
I'm sorry, what did you want for your omelette?
All right, so take the D eggs and whisk them in a bowl.
D eggs?
Duck eggs.
Does the D in Big D stand for duck?
I will remind you that I own illegal firearms.
Right.
Yes,
sorry.
good.
And
There we
don't
go.
forget the milk.
Of course. Wait, there's no milk, I think.
No, it's in the bag.
What?
Bag.
Oh. Isn't this unpasteurized?
Louis Pasteur was a fascist in line with the New World Order.
Incomprehensible.
I am turning the newspaper page.
You know, after living on the road for 10 years, I could imagine settling down in Norfolk must have felt quite cramped.
Cramped? No. The earth beneath us thrusts to the planet's heart, dear boy. Its air and heaven stretch past our reckoning. Windows to a fathom.
I've never had ostrich eggs. How are they like? Check our burger.
Not the
And duck eggs are better than chicken. Never had duck eggs.
Even in the smallest of places, entire worlds may exist. If not in one's surroundings, then behind another's eye. It is only cramped if you lack vision.
Wow. Deep thinking.
Only as deep as the ooze water at Yarmouth's Pirates Cove Adventure Golf Course. These are the thoughts skimmed from the froth of my incredible mind, son. If there were any justice in this world, they would be foundational philosophies by now. Nevertheless, I will begin construction of the omelette sauce.
Well, wait, can't I do that?
I just do not trust you with this. Focus on the omelette.
Focus on the
Put in those carbon rods, the ones on the second drawer to the right.
Yeah, I was wondering what we were going to do with those. Also, God, the water in Pirates Cove. It always looked so artificial. Like someone had an idea of what water looked like and tried to make it from scratch, but stopped at the color blue, only got halfway there.
Oh, really? Ever looked into it?
The water?
Yes.
Well, as you said, it's all grotty and blue.
No, boy, the story behind the water.
Huh.
Not particularly. And I don't think they'd tell anyone.
And here's the thing, like, all this cooking is making me hungry, making me hangry.
They, did have a story.
Loose lips sink ships on Pirates Cove, eh? It could be the work of various different creatures.
Creatures? When you say that, do you actually just mean the club head or the groundskeeper?
The club head.
Well,
the groundkeeper. What
well,
silent macabre horrors you have in this nation.
Okay, so
we shall hunt them down.
The Norfolk County Golf Union might find that divisive.
Oh, child, there is not a golfer alive I cannot kill. Oh, pour some sulfur in next just to get that tang going. Good.
How's your omelette sauce coming?
Oh, it's a simple thing. 1 tablespoon tomato paste, 1 tablespoon honey, water, sauerkraut, ketchup, tonkatsu, a bit of RBMK reactor core graphite to taste.
Bit of what?
Ketchup.
That's a bit off, innit?
No! Oh, that reminds me. I heard about your little story. The one about the fiddler and the monk.
Did you?
I did. Thoroughly charming. Tell me, though, are there any similar stories surrounding Great Yarmouth? Or, hell, anywhere around Old East Anglia, as the natives call it?
Oh, of course. It's a whole bloody legendarium. Anything in particular that strikes your fancy?
My mind can devour all in this world. Spectres, witches, werewolves, giraffes. I want it all.
Well, they got
Giraffes are definitely a foul creature. It's a tall creature, and they don't make any sound whatsoever.
Giraffes are Africa alive safari.
What?
Let me have a think.
I shall drink caffeine.
Good caffeine.
All right, I've got a good one to start off. For the ghost side of things, one of my favorites is the bizarre tale of the Haysborough torso.
Oh, that sounds absolutely inane! Continue!
Okay, so over on the east coast, almost at the border between Great Yarmouth and North Norfolk, there's this little village called Haysborough, right?
How's that spelled?
Haysburgh.
Your people's rejection of your own language is inspiring.
I mean, it's true.
I'll kill the queen. But yes, I'm aware of that wretch's
God save the queen.
Hamlet. We lived in the caravan park for a month before this fucking ham of a man banned us from the public bathrooms. Can you believe it?
Why did he do that?
I do not wish to get into it. I divorced him the week prior, and it was fucked. It is time for the race.
Was this omelette has rice?
Fear not, 'tis my burden. You can go ahead and shred in some cheese and chlorine, please. Both are beneath us.
Yeah.
Well,
don't use the chlorine.
So, the torso. A little south of Haysborough, about half a mile from that caravan park, there's an intersection between 3 roads. In the midst lies a small, grassy triangle, quaint in its size, with not much to offer.
I immediately assume that it is a spectre, vampire, or gobloid creature turned into a walking abomination that is in fact trying to kill.
We're just crossing the roads right now.
Road is what my bus drives on.
Yes. Well, at this small triangular junction there once was a well.
Folks, no. There must be a daily praise to the Emperor every single day of every single minute.
And, well...
Well?
Well, the well isn't doing so well. Because it's not there anymore.
Damn it! If only I had been there in time!
There is a reason for this. Well Corner, 'twas called, back in the 1800s. For years, local men, farmers and such, made terribly frightening reports of a strange figure wandering up the main street of the small town. At first, based on his bulbous silhouette, they believed he was injured or hunchbacked, an old man lolloping through the night. But upon a close inspection made by those few brave enough to get close...
Yes, Dynamite Niche, but however, speaking of the Dark Angels in our previous adventure, I have to say this. I am concerned with securing that gene seed of the fallen, the foul Xenos, the gene seed of the fallen. Oh no, Luther has betrayed us all.
It was made readily apparent that this hunchback was the figure's nearly...
Let's have them for next weekend. Father Sweden, that's a promise.
Hanging from
I will keep that promise.
The remains of his neck.
Talk about a pain in the
Yeah. This same figure also appeared to lack legs.
Oh, okay, my motion is broken. How could he walk around with no legs?
I don't know.
Father Sweden, good luck with your schoolwork. All the best. Take good care of yourself. And as always, you're more than welcome to join the conversation.
He wore a sailor suit.
And have those vids ready, because next weekend, we're going to be doing more campaigning with the Loyalist Dark Angels. We're going to learn some more stuff about Sweden. Now, hey, Acadia is a glorious, glorious planet.
Held what
right
looked
here.
like a saggy old sack clutched to his chest, desperately making way towards a particular destination. Well Corner.
Well Corner.
This figure could be seen for days, then weeks. After report upon report, sighting after sighting. Eventually the villagers decided that enough was enough.
Hey.
Something had to be done.
Something had to be done.
They settled on a plan. The shambling thing had of course been seen on its trail, leading all the way up to the well, where then the thing would throw the sack down into its depths, only to soon follow suit, crawling down into the murky old well.
Wow.
The locals knew that there was only one way to properly investigate. So, they sent a poor Dutchman, who just so happened to be smaller than their average, down by a rope into the black well to investigate. Down went the brave Dutchman late one evening, tense with fear, the murky waters still beneath him. The horror thickened the air, with the notion that the silence could break at any moment.
Dynamite Niche, you mean about the return of the squats? Yeah, I heard about that too. And it's a good thing they didn't do it on April 1st, because everyone would have been saying it's April Fool's Day.
With the sound of
the squats are back.
Not meant to speak. This, until at last, the Dutchman hung above the waters, and with a hook pushed down into the darkness, came upon something. Quickly, upon his call, they fished up first the Dutchman, then a large brown mass from the bottom.
Ew.
It was a bag. One within which they found the mangled remains of 2 legs.
Ooh, I should hope they drained that bloody well.
Oh, of course they did. In its place, they even installed a new pump, and strangely, the sighting ceased after that.
Really? Just from that?
Yeah. But the very pump was actually removed some years after that.
And?
And the villagers once again reported awful groaning deep into the night. By all accounts, the ghost had returned, until at last the pump was reinstalled.
That doesn't make much sense.
Ghosts in general don't make much sense?
Nonsense! They make perfect sense. It's just a sense we don't yet grasp.
You think so?
My boy, all things are ordered and explicable. Even chaos hearkens to the beat of unseen principles. There is no true randomness, merely spontaneous whimsy. Flowers wilt, waters flow, aortic valves implode, vampires suck, but never for no reason.
That's a surprising outlook, sir. I always thought you looked at the supernatural world with more, well, wonder, I guess?
Boy, I ought to smack you, but I
Yes.
love you, so instead I...
Oh god, you cracked my glasses.
Order and wonder go hand in hand. Whether decoding chaos or indulging in its whimsy, the world around us is a ceaseless den of darkness and delight. Just as there is joy in understanding a facet of it, there is equal joy in knowing there is more to discover. The quest goes ever on, Sancho, and whether windmill or giant, my lance strikes forward.
Of course, Di Quixote.
Ha ha! Now then, this torso. He seems like an odd chap. Let's evaluate his authenticity.
Oh?
Most spirits tend to be tied to objects, ones that linger from their past lives. I believe the common vernacular is fetters.
Well, perhaps the well itself was a fetter.
Perhaps. You see, to destroy a fetter often destabilizes a ghost, turns them hostile. Like Marcus and his silly game station.
He was really torn up after you crushed it with a hammer.
It defied my will and was summarily punished. Next time, Marcus should share a fairer interest with me.
Look, Mario Party is unfair for everyone.
It should be the least unfair for me!
It can be if you play Peach.
Everyone cheated but Big D. Next time, Big D cheat.
Casual.
Yeah, something more casual, like diplomacy or the game of Ur. In either case, why so many ghosts act cagey when you traipse into their homes. You're essentially defiling their remaining memories of mortal life. It's typically unwise to disturb them, and even worse when those places are destroyed.
I see. And
So you're gonna make a army of Chaos Marines? How dare you? Heretical and treasonous and downright deplorable. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Have fun. Post some pictures on the Discord when you have a chance. I would like to see that. I would like to see these Chaos Space Marines. The Chaos Space Marines. Because, you know, I want to have an enemy for my Primaris. Hey, by the way, what chapter is your Primaris Marines? What are they? And take care, Father Sweden. I know you already left. Shout out again to this wonderful, awesome audience. I've got one nugget left. I'm starving already. I need to get some food in me, but I could still wait. I can go a while without food. Probably get a little hangrier. My precious Knights of Repentance. Are they your own brew chapter or Knights of Repentance? Your own homebrew. Ah, okay. So, can you tell us a little bit who they are? Like, who's their Primarch? Or they have an unknown Primarch? Do they have their own world, or are they do they just have a fortress monastery? Do they have a planet? Or do they have no home except for the fortress monastery? I shall wait.
since the well is gone now?
Yes, you'd expect sightings to soar.
They're an Ultima chapter of hailing from the death world of Ta and Tanya. Ooh. That one nugget left. Was it worth it? Are you sure it was? You ate the chicken nugget and left none for me. I can't believe it.
However, it is also
I question our friendship now,
Tindy. Some
Tindy.
form of peace through these fetters. Perhaps our sailor friend was a native of the village. He may have yearned for clean water in his dying moments at sea, or as a youth in Happisburg, or some such. Happisburg, Hatesburg, whatever your evil devil village is called. It's pure conjecture, but mayhaps in bringing it to his village, he made peace with his death, before he went to hell.
Which explains why he only came back after the pump was removed.
Right on the money! Though, of course, it's just as likely that this ghost was a Happisburg hoax.
No. Don't teleport any nuggets. Listen, I'm against teleportation. Ever since I saw the movie The Fly, rest in peace, Brundlefly. Rest in peace.
Get the government to replace an old pump.
Or perhaps a story shared by bandits and criminals to keep roads clear at night. In the book I read, they suggested the chap was a smuggler of some such, likely murdered in a quarrel with his own coal.
Not his own quarrel will get him. You know, it's always the quarrel you don't see that gets him. That was a funny joke. I taught it to Marcus.
Right, sorry. Likely murdered in a quarrel with his own comrade.
Ah, who can say? Truths like these are hidden for a reason. For mankind to bring them hissing, screaming into the light, for all to behold.
Right?
See. Dynamite Niche, an archipelago full of horrendous monsters, where their only safety is living in small and flexible tribes. Then an Imperial ship crashed onto... Hold on, wait, yeah. Okay, so hold on. Horrendous monsters, their only safety was living in small, flexible tribes. Then an Imperial ship crashed onto the world, where the only survivors was a Primaris Grey Shield and a religious zealot, where they met the locals when they started to spread the word of the Emperor. Now, be right back. I have to clean the paper bags. Oh, you gotta clean the paper bags. Alright, well, that sounds interesting. Dynamite Niche. Sounds pretty cool. Sharks away. Question. I have teleported. Was there a fly in the teleporter? The machine know that you are pure? That you are pure. Because if you weren't pure, some trouble right there.
Inspiring, sir. Speaking of, could I ask how you know any of this?
I once entered an abandoned hotel in L.A. A ghost threw a phone at me. I have studied their ways ever since. Try not, damn you! Do not mock me, Philistines! I'll kill you, Necromancer! I'll kill all of you! I'll break a neck body, you boxes!
Do you want to hear more Norfolk urban legends?
Of course!
Cool! Well, let's see, there's loads to cover. Black Shuck, the Norfolk Priest Holes, the Witch of East Somerston.
Ooh, a spooky witch!
Sure,
Spooky witch.
we'll go with that one. Long ago, in the 15th century, a mysterious peg-legged woman was accused by the local clergy of witchcraft.
Oh.
While this was naturally a barbarous practice...
That shit was crazy!
While we know those accused of witchcraft were innocent, the Witch of East Somerston, for reasons we'll get into, was perhaps not.
What?
While proof of her deeds have been lost to the ages, stories abound of her sorcerous ways. And for this, she was seized and buried alive beneath St. Mary's Church in the little village of East Somerton. However, unfortunately for the church, this would prove to be their last mistake.
Let's see, hold on. Dynamite Niche also adds. Tindy's asking, did you teleport bread? Do not teleport bread. Our friends from Team Fortress 2 will tell you that's a bad idea. Dynamite Niche says, they began interrogating and learning about the local culture. When the world was united under the worship of the god Emperor, they discovered an ancient and ruined outpost, where they discovered that the locals feared, to which they reestablished imperial contact and discovered an STC on how to make faster ships. The Grey Shield used this opportunity to bargain with the Mechanicus to allow him to form his own chapter. Since he was Ultima founding, does that mean he's part of one of his gene fathers, one of the Emperor's sons, or could it be one of Belisarius Krall's attempt to use the 2nd or 11th Primarch's gene seed, or Chaos Loyalists? Pure traitor son gene seed? I'm curious. I'm wondering. I am wondering.
For a witch's ire is rarely spurned.
What?
When the ground was cleared for her burial, she only laughed as the dirt covered her shackled body, laughed and laughed as she was entombed within the soil. She could be heard no more. The priests and congregated hunters celebrated their victory until her peg leg was seen, jutting out of the ground. First a mere shaft of wood.
What?
Then a sprouting log. And then a great and mighty oak tree, which shattered the church and turned it to ruins. The husk of her victory can still be seen today. And it's still thought, should you be foolish enough, that you might wake her yet with the utterance of her true name.
Got him!
Excuse
She got him!
You got him.
Suppose she did.
Ah, classic!
You gonna expand on that?
Nope, or so I think the story is fake.
Well, sir, I've taken you for many things, but never a skeptic.
Come on, it doesn't make any sense! I mean, why would the Christians bury this woman in the middle of their church? What, do they just dig up the floors in the middle of Mass, slap her in?
Yeah.
The story might not be entirely
literal. There you go.
They could have just buried her in the lower levels. I mean, the oak is there, that's a fact at least.
I still disagree.
Why?
Mainly because it contradicts me.
At least you're honest.
Well, I will say, your fake story does have all the markings of a witch's dastardly death hex.
Assuming it isn't fake, of course.
Of course.
I admit I don't...
So yes, his gene father was Lionel Johnson when he formed his chapter. When he formed his chapter, Azrael found out about their reality and informed him on the fallen. Much like other successor chapters, the Grey Shield and its first company felt disheartened on this and spread the secret chapter wide to help Azrael claim for him and the fellow Unforgiven redemption and adopting the Knights of Repentance. Okay. There we go. So, in many ways, a Dark Angels chapter has a planet to call home.
know much about death hexes or witches and the like.
I explain. Wizards and stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
They can die if you shoot them.
Yep.
Cool.
This is always a bad idea. Please watch out. Alert, alert, alert,
Point
alert.
taken. Point taken.
The reason for this is the death curse. It's this thing where...
They curse you in death?
Correct. And usually to death. It doesn't happen every time you smite a witch or wizard.
I see.
But often enough that it's very dangerous to attempt.
Oh, bloody hell. So you mean to say if there's an evil wizard running around, we can't do anything about it?
Of course you can. Wizards are nerds. You can easily punch.
Oh, good.
But to be safe, make sure you aren't seen. Or heard. Or known to them at all before killing them instantly, or else your brain will be turned into a cornered corb, and this is a fact.
Oh, well, as scary as killing one is, at least they're not so hard otherwise.
Oh, actually, they can warp reality with their wheels and brains.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, near infinite.
So let's see. Yes, their icon may also look like the Blood Angels one, but do not mistake them for one of the drop is a tear rather than a blood drop. Ah, I see.
Power to alter creation.
Oh. Man, and I thought Kevin was bad.
The great and mighty Kevin was formidable. But indeed, were he a true magi, I doubt could have survived your encounter.
Our encounter? What about you?
Oh, I'd have been fine.
I admire your optimism, but I remember you barely surviving Kevin.
Yeah, I think your brain might be wrong.
How would it be any different if Kevin were more powerful?
Really, son-in-law? Do you honestly think your old man would dive headlong into the cave without a few tricks up his sleeve?
Do you want the honest answer?
No! Now be a good boy and add more garlic powder.
Sure thing, Sir D.
More.
Sure thing.
So more!
Sure thing, Sir D.
Now tell me something else.
What?
Tell me about something else.
Well, there's always our most classic tale. The mysterious red-eyed dog of East Anglia, Black Shuck.
Ooh, you have my incredibly variable attention.
Black Shuck is a mysterious creature. Tales of its appearances date back to at least the 1500s, but probably stretch even further. Stories of a pitch-black hound with dreadful red eyes whose glow portends calamity and misery.
A little similar to a banshee, then, eh?
I suppose so, but banshees are more direct. The howl of a banshee is meant to reflect an imminent demise and is thought to be a spirit of the dead or some kind of fae or something. Shuck is different. For instance, in 1577, Shuck was said to have appeared before a large congregation at the Holy Trinity Church. Shattering through the doors in a clap of thunder, Shuck's appearance befuddled and terrified the congregation. Pitilessly, Shuck strode to the nave, ripping a man and child to shreds where they stood. The crowd stood agape before the steeple of the church collapsed down upon them all.
Oh my
How
God.
curious. Now this is an exciting story.
Oh, well, it gets even better. That very same night, there was a reported sighting in St. Mary's Church. A different St. Mary's, one in Bungay. Black Shuck again interrupted a congregation, this time in a burst of flame. He launched through the crowd, inciting panic and delirium before brushing against two curious individuals in the midst of prayer.
Ooh, the anticipation is killing me.
Before those same two suddenly fell dead like marionettes with broken strings.
Yes,
Oh my
yes,
goodness.
yes! My boy, I am going to kick this dog! Oh, son-in-law, surely you see, this little hellhound is causing a commotion, a ruckus, killing people, eating souls, probably barking, which means it's a victimless crime to experiment on him!
No, do not experiment on dogs or puppers. Don't do that.
Not to dampen your mood, D, but, this all happened in the 1500s.
Time means nothing! There is not a statute of limitations on being a goblin.
He's a dog.
Yes, whatever that is.
Well, I suppose there are modern sites.
Dynamite Niche, I am very creative at times. I suppose 2 years of quarantine does that to you. Ah, quarantine. Oh my God, don't even get me started on that crap. When we were at the old studio, jeez. It was so bad. We had 8 clients, and then we lost them all because of this damn pandemic. Oh, I hated that so much. I mean, I at least had a chance to play some video games, but I mean, after a while, I missed coming to the studio.
Though they're far less dramatic.
Oh?
Yeah, usually people getting spooked and being like, "Oh no, mate, that's Black Shuck, innit?" And it is, and yeah, that's the story there. It's kind of lame.
Propaganda!
What?
It sounds like propaganda. Perhaps there is a network of these dogs.
What?
A network of dogs
network of
running a
puppers.
joint venture to keep the common man quiet about dog crime and dog poker.
Yeah, dog poker. Gotta stand against it.
What?
And the only dogs I know to do crime are the werewolves.
What? Oh. Wait, hang on. You know about werewolves?
My boy, if there is a supernatural pest on this planet, you can assume I have bested it at least once. Remind me to tell you about my mummy adventure sometime.
Mummy?
Well, second-hand don't. You're British.
Okay, I know the English government has a history of plunder and thievery, but the British Museum can't steal your funny mummy moment.
Presume nothing! Also, burn your national insurance papers!
What? Why?
The power of true names run eternal, even in Meshton code! So, evil dog.
This is a lot to pack in, and you've barely even given me werewolf facts.
Werewolves, that's right! Well, randomly attacking churchgoers certainly fits their M.O., or at least in the period.
Wait, really?
Oh, yeah. For much of their history, werewolves have been insane neo-pagan theocrat berserkers.
Ah,
You say
much of their history. Oh, my
much of
goodness.
their history. What about now?
These days, they're more like insane neo-pagan theocrat berserkers.
Ah, natch.
But some of them go on the computer.
What?
And in my experience, those ones are typically far better adjusted. Which is ironic, considering the computer is the devil.
Okay.
I doth thunk it. But then that's cheating, because I already knew. But there are things that line up and don't line up about Black Shuck as a werewolf.
Oh, do tell.
For one, the more recent sightings tend to be rather uneventful, correct?
Mostly. A lot of people just seeing him, maybe something unlucky happens afterwards. Links to disappearances from time to time, but nothing so dramatic as murders in the middle of mass.
It could be that this werewolf, or possibly werewolves, has simply learned how to better cover their tracks. In the 1500s, outright attacks on religious, scientific, and mystic organizations were more common. It's common. These days, you need to keep a low profile to survive. But there's also the matter of modern sightings. Their banality aligns with a werewolf phenomenon known as the delirium.
Charming name.
And despite how boring these modern sightings are, an apt one, this delirium is a side effect of the shape-shifting process. Essentially, when a werewolf enters their mighty war form, human beings tend to panic.
Well, I suppose I might panic too if a giant monster jumped out at me.
And we'll work together to break this bad habit, son-in-law. But that's not what I meant. I mean, a supernatural panic. Supposedly, there's some resonance in the psyche of mankind with werewolves. This primordial hunter, blah, blah, blah. That's true, anyway. But nevertheless, when a mortal witnesses a werewolf's war form, they tend to go briefly mad.
Mad how exactly?
Well, they might run away, or freeze up, or attack with insane vigor. Often their reaction depends on the strength of one's will.
So the average person flees?
And usually with no recollection of events. Worse still, it's almost impossible for normal humans to avoid, even in part. One must be either extremely strong-willed, or supernatural themselves, to avoid delirium completely.
Have you ever suffered the delirium, sir?
Oh no, I'm built different. But those without these bulging brain muscles are in for a world of hurt. I train you and the others for precisely this reason. Discipline, determination. Oh my god, I'm losing my chance for a 3D alliteration. Oh god, help me. Distrucity. That's the word.
Last word's a bit of a stretch, mate.
Ah! Ow! These are the things I instill within you with my relentless chicanery.
The Emperor is made of the collection of souls of so many great and wise shamans. So yes, I have to believe 100% we are looking into the realm of what the Emperor was like before he became the Emperor. But he always has been and always will be our Emperor. Give praise to him, chat. Give praise to our glorious Emperor.
Is that why you ruined Marcus's 12th birthday by dressing as the Goblin?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay,
yes.
That was really traumatic to him. In RS, he exclusively levels his combat stats killing goblins.
Then the student has become the master. I'm so proud. Anyway, hey, don't fight a werewolf, by the way.
Yeah, I heard they're tough. But with how well we did in the tunnels against those vampires, I'm confident that...
No.
What?
You aren't ready to fight a werewolf, son-in-law. Not yet. The fledglings we fought were fearsome, yes, but a werewolf... Listen well. Werewolves are killing machines. They are supernatural soldiers fighting a war we barely understand. Do not fight them.
I'll take your warning to heart, sir. But what if we're forced to?
Their weakness is silver, due to their combat with the moon. Silver bullets, silver knives, use them. Focus on evasion and trickery.
Holy shit, hold on, wait, I'm rewinding this.
Fighting a war. Anyway, hey, don't fight a werewolf, by the way.
Yeah, I heard they're tough.
I just want to rewind that.
In the tunnels against those vampires, I'm confident that...
No.
What?
You aren't ready to fight a werewolf, son-in-law. Not yet. The fledglings we fought were fearsome, yes, but a werewolf... Listen well. Werewolves are killing machines. They are supernatural soldiers fighting a war we barely understand. Do not fight them.
I'll take your warning to heart, sir. But what if we're forced to?
Their weakness is silver, due to their combat with the moon. Silver bullets, silver knives, use them. Focus on evasion and trickery. When they're at their most dangerous, they're at their most feral. Blind them, distract them. Trust your wits, not your fists.
Right. I understand.
Good. Because it's omelet time!
Shit, I forgot the omelet. It's burning!
Fear not! It's just the way I like it. Here we go, and now the sauce.
Is it supposed to smell more like egg than eggs do?
Yep.
Why are you putting it in the blender?
Oh, to blend it. Yes, sir. Big D's home-style
omelet.
AKA sulfuric acid.
You're not eating that, right?
Silly boy. I would probably die or throw up. No, this is for our illustrious guest, the great and mighty Kevin.
Kevin's gonna get some shit poured down his throat. Oh, that's funny. That is some good shit. That is good. That is funny.
It's the principle of the thing. Besides, Kevin is a vampire. They can't eat food. By mixing the acid with food, it makes it even more unpleasant.
Is that gonna kill him?
I mean, well, I
Kinda.
Yeah, I don't know. But ideally, it would come to this. This is just for torture purposes.
All right, torture.
That's even worse.
No, it's not.
Relax. It's actually very funny and moral.
And moral.
And besides, it's the threat of torture that's the most important. That old Tremere will crack like an egg before I have to use this stuff. Mark my words.
Tremere?
Yes, that is the name of one of the vampire clans. Everyone hates them and wants them to die.
Do go on, Sir D. What's the civil structure like? Are they bloodlines, families, impersonal syndicates? Do they confer abilities? What are their secrets? Are there any Norfolk clans? What are the other ones? What's an antediluvian within this context? Why does Piotr hate you?
Son-in-law! I have two cruel truths to impart upon you.
All right.
Okay.
The first is, you will need to buy a new blender.
Bollocks.
The second, vampire lore is, tricky. More than any other supernatural creature, vampires despise being unveiled. They relentlessly hunt any breach of their vaunted secrecy with organized and military precision. As such, though I know much, I speak little of it, and sadly, share even less.
Of course, but surely you can trust your own family.
Trust has little to do with it! Say I share all that I know. Indeed, to truly destroy this foe, we must understand it. But if I do so carelessly... Notice how the conversation started. I carelessly said the word Tremere.
Yes?
If we were in public, in a restaurant, or on the street when I had said that, we would very well have to move.
That's a tad extreme.
And it is necessary. The masquerade, they call it. To wear the mask of a human. To blend in with us, to convince us their existence is but a fairy tale. Any breach in this masquerade is a threat to their very existence. For even though they are individually more powerful, they fear mankind more than anything else. They are few, and we are many.
Humanity first. Humanity first.
Man might well eradicate them. For while an especially mighty vampire could slay 100 mortals, there is a limit to their strength. Few break easily, but all break. And that is not to speak of their most hated enemy, the sun. Its ancient rays scorch even the eldest of their kind to chalked bone. Vampires cannot be rid of their great adversaries, for the sun is beyond their reckoning and humanity vital to their survival. Thus, most work to preserve their masquerade, hiding in the dark, carefully balanced upon webs of intrigue and murder. To further this end, vampires have many agents. Ghouls, they call them. Mortals grown addicted to vampiric blood.
These huff men gain a whisper of their master's power in exchange for fanatical servitude. Unlike their masters, though, ghouls need not slumber by day. Their eyes are everywhere, and they watch vigilantly for the slightest breach of undead omerta. This is why we hunters are responsible for the vampire threat. We learn as much of the vampire as we can and spread it safely to ensure these parasites become the forgotten myths they pretend to be.
And destroy them all.
This is a treacherous task, for we cannot know which parts of our collected vampiric lore are mistaken assumption, the earnest truth, or malignant propaganda.
I see.
So rest assured, I will teach you what I know, but slowly. They might not blood hunt you for knowing a word or two, but they certainly will if you know their meaning.
And what is a blood hunt?
They'll kill you for knowing what that is too. Which is dumb, because it's kind of just what it sounds like. Every vampire in a region hunting you for your blood.
Hard to figure out.
Breach not our veil of secrecy. Vampires are so silly.
Still, it'd be nice to know what we're dealing with. For instance, Pyotr flashed in and out of visibility on the security cameras, and I swear that Ape Boy gets uglier every time I see him.
Ape Boy was the Marcus of the group, right?
Absolutely.
Fuck him.
Oh yeah, fuck him.
But yes, your questions are valid. Let me say this then. Pyotr, that sludge lad?
Not the right term, is it?
Oh no, but that clan are vampire info brokers, so it's one of the scariest ones to actually know. Sludge lad is just fine for now. We're going with sludge lad. Primarily, they are known for 4 things. First, their ability to turn invisible. Some can even use vampiric magics to alter their appearance, appearing as something they're not. Second, their ability to control animals. Sludge lads are known to use legions of vermin as their eyes and ears.
Ew.
After all, who better to eavesdrop than the rats in your wall? All the worse when they're ghouled by their undead masters and gain a smattering of their vampiric magics.
That explains your intense pest control methods.
Listen, I raised Dor on a steady diet of home-hunted spy rats, and look at him! He came out American!
There you go!
Isn't it awful?
And so the 3rd and 4th things?
Thing 3 is that they're ugly.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
It's ugly.
Ah.
This is really
Don't
nice
pity
listening
them.
to.
Honestly, some of them make it work.
Oh god. When he called me Loverboy, when I said he looked hideous, did Pyotr think I was hitting on him?
I can't say for sure, but also yes, definitely that was the case.
Oh no!
Fear not! I will not inform my son about your tryst with the sewer child. Oh, the 4th thing. They're super strong and can juggle dumpsters.
Oh. Oh no. We have him in a tiny cage. Is that going to hold?
Well, if he hasn't broken out, did Dor make the cage?
Maybe?
If he did, no worries. If he didn't, why didn't he?
That's true.
Well, the lad could be biding his time. Or he figures he can't break through the big vault that is our cellar, so he's waiting for his chance to escape. Or he could just not be very strong.
Oh. I see. Or, well, I mean, Marcus insists his kick was pretty alright.
Oh, vampires are capable of some superhuman physical feats. But he probably couldn't throw a car or whatever, drained as he is.
Good thing we stabbed them bloody, then. It seems like a pretty big weakness if their strength is beholden to their amount of blood.
Yes, being a vampire is a fine deal, until you notice the many caveats. For instance, their strength is weakened with every generation.
Really?
With each new passing of the supernatural disease that is vampirism, the power within the blood of each new child lessens. Additionally, the vampire's unique magics are like any other mundane skill. Some come intuitively, others start at different levels of expertise. But all must have time and effort put into them. It could be that Pyotr has simply not mastered the vampiric art of potence. or has only honed it to a slight edge.
It'd account for his performance back in the tunnels, I suppose. He seemed like he'd be tougher than he was.
His kind are sometimes brawlers.
Yeah, let's see. Dynamite Nist says, I see why Door ended up so well. I should eat more rats. Well, I have a steady diet of meat, eggs, toast, and coffee, my friends.
But Pietro himself, he seems like an opportunist to the core. A straight-up fight seems out of his element. The real danger comes from which of his other skills he's applied himself to.
So, invisibility or animal control?
Him being able to disappear even on camera tells me his specialty might actually be invisibility. Not everyone is capable of that little hat trick. Or ugly.
Yeah, he's really honed that into an art.
I've seen ugly.
Fair enough.
In Happisborough. Shit. When are they going to knock that place off the map? Now then! This has been a delightful conversation about essentially everything in the world. I must now go pour terrible slime down Kevin's gaping maw. But before that, be very cautious during tonight's interrogation. I'm sure everything will go well. Just remember, even a feeble opportunist like Piotr can be the death of you.
Duly noted. Underestimating any supernatural quarry is a very bad idea.
There we go.
Exactly. My performance in the caves is evidence of that. I am the most experienced and skilled hunter of this family. Yet, when I let my guard down, an inferior foe holds me at knife point. This is something you must truly understand.
Hunting isn't as simple as a video game or an action movie, huh?
I am not a video gamer, so this absurd language doesn't touch me. Commando, however, is an excellent piece of cinema, so I'll say yes. You get it.
Say, what was up with those tunnels anyway?
I will tell you when you're older, by a few days at least. Because I'm tired of these questions!
Aw. But I guess I should probably get a move on myself. Breakfast cancelled. I've got to buy a new blender, it seems.
It does indeed seem that way, child. Want me to drive you?
I'm fine. I'll take the runabout. Less gas spent, you know?
Ah, yes. Money and all that. Well, good fortune on the road, and fare thee well.
Farewell I shall.
And son, know that I am very proud of you. And your blender.
Thank you.
Ta-ta!
Adios!
All right, there you go.
You're in Mexico today! Damnable penguins. Bloody bones. Mechanical monsters. Damnation.
You have listened to an audio drama by Ogre Popinang. With voice work by Thunder Psyker as Kitten and Speaker D as Big D. Artwork by Ironiroko. Soundtrack by Macker. Sound composition by Alpha Busa. Mixing by String Storm. Animation by Alpha Busa. With lead writers Speaker D and Alpha Busa. And script editing by Erndil and Oculus Imperia. Special thanks to Blessed for shitting. Portions of the materials are the copyrights and trademarks of Paradox Interactive AB and are used with permission. All rights reserved. For more information, please visit worldofdarkness.com. Visit patreon.com/alphabuza for updates every other week. Thank you for listening, and good evening.
Outro narration by String Storm. Very good. All right, we're not done yet with our adventure, folks.
Oh!
Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going right back to that one. Hold on. We're going right back to that one.
For shitting.
Hold on.
Port and trademark other week. Thank you for listening.
Hold on. We're going right back to that one real quick. Ah! Nobody clipped that. Sounds like a woman or fox.
Don't make me say it.
Screams are loud. Do not do them.
Oh boy, oh the boyest of boys! Please, I beg you, let us begin.
What war crimes are on the docket tonight?
Mustard gas.
Mustard comes in gas?
Why don't you open up a can and look inside, you little fucking wretch?
Do not ruin my son's first interrogation, Blank.
Oi.
Oi.
I know I'm not the only one here
Yeah.
that has watched
Yeah?
Interview with the Vampire.
You make this joke every time.
It is a clever and funny reference.
Stab me!
No.
You fuckers! You don't know what it's like!
Oh, here we go.
You wretched, pissy fuckers will never know what it's like! You go out of the sun and buy cream crackers, your wheat Bix, and your fucking cream crackers!
Cindy, farewell, my friend. Take care of yourself. All the best to you.
Gotta admit, bro.
And don't worry, next Saturday we'll have some plenty of adventures and we'll watch some Swedish content too. There we go.
Not very relatable.
Fuck you, toilet shitter! Your mundanity is something we will never have again! We are persecuted by your refusal to yield to your letters! And when we deny our natures, Cain's own principles of universalizability are shattered!
I'm sorry, Kane's what?
Anyway, the point is we cannot eat cream crackers anymore!
Oh,
Stick
you
of
missed your cream
crackers
crackers.
are some halcyon dream. Boy is on an all-meat diet and has never been stronger.
I keep getting the meat sweats.
Not now, son. I'm speaking to the masters.
Monster? Oh, I'll show you a fucking monster.
You are pathetic. Blank bodies are parasites. You kill people and you eat them. To allow you to persist is to abet genocide.
Abet genocide? You are genociding us right now!
Your life has already ended, Tick. I can't kill a corpse.
Holy fucking shit, fellas! Wouldn't this guy make such a good Ventru? Kindred do not live, we unlive. Ooh, we do not do things all day, we do things all night. We do not X, we vampire word.
Hold on. What is a Ventru?
Oh, whoopsie. Now I've platformed the antediluvian concept of clans.
Oh, good job! Good job!
Who cares? The clans in the masquerade can burn, along with all the other Camarilla Anarch bullshit.
Camarilla Anarch?
The masquerade?
Carmilla, the first vampire.
Oh my god, Piotr!
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Are you afraid of a little masquerade breach? Well, take the prince's pussy out of your mouth and start acting like Cainites, goddammit. These fuckers, you fuckers, wouldn't even be alive if we took over.
Piotr!
We could.
Peter! We don't got the resources yet to
You
make
drinking cami piss lick? We're the goddamn Sabbat, the Sword of Cain. And Ape, what does the Sword of Cain do?
It falls where it pleases.
Amen.
Camarilla Anarch Sabbat. Noted. Camarilla is spelt like gorilla, right? Okay, these are essentially political parties, I assume.
The first one's free, sweet pea.
Ew.
What are you gonna give me for the rest?
We already know about Camilla, the first vampire. I always suspected she lived in Norwich.
First vampire? You mean the prince?
She is a sterling example of degeneracy. She and her posse sitting in their ivory tower in Norwich, forcing Cainites to stay hidden.
They call it the masquerade. I call it censorship.
Preventing murder is censorship now.
Prevent murder. As if they could. No, as if they would. The Camarilla's all about murder. Murder Kine, murder Kindred.
Kine?
Are you dense? Kine means you guys, humans, mortals. You know, animals. And while you're wasting time with us, the Cammies are playing you like good little puppets.
Come again?
That's just a common tactic of theirs. See, we Sabbat believe in liberty and revolution.
For vampires.
Cainites. That's right. But the Camarilla, they believe in slavery and serfdom for our kind.
And what about our kind?
Your kind are just livestock. That's it. That's just the way of things. No matter what you do, mortals are just meat. The only way out is the embrace. So, if you want liberty, well, we can give it to you.
So, you're saying you will exchange freedom for freedom?
It's either us or them. We are the children of Cain, and our manifest destiny is to rule. Praise the Dark Father.
Intriguing. So, why haven't you been murdered yet?
Because the Sabbat doesn't fuck around. We're on a warpath, and our cause? To see you lowly, juicy apes serve your natural purpose.
So you're just here to kill?
No, you fucking snail wretch, you're wrong as hell!
Oh, so now you grow a pair, shitbeard.
We don't just kill, we're smarter than that! I went to college, son!
That why you were hanging out in that tunnel? Murdering joggers in the dead of night? What major is that again?
Political science. We conquered that tunnel, purged it of Anarch filth. It's our turf now, this whole district.
This district?
District.
The district of Norfolk.
It is the new theater for the glorious crusade. A domain to bleed.
Alright.
Out as we please.
Hey, boy, your brain's a drain pipe! Plug it! The Anarch Barony ain't moved an inch since we were chased in here by the Cammies. Our bases still need building up.
Oh, yeah, man. Really selling us right now with the base building.
Fuck you, Piotr. The categorical imperative compels me to tell you the whole truth about why...
That is not a novice philosopher.
Fuck you, ape boy. One must act in accordance with that maxim that through which you can will that it become a universal law.
So, not to disrupt the discourse, but you're at war with this anarchy barony over the district of Norfolk.
On the small scale, that and Great Yarmouth.
Oh, I fucking hate Yarmouth.
I get it, it's pretty sad. But I'll tell you this much. The Anarchs, you know, they have the spirit. They have their ideals. But they lack purpose. They restrain themselves just as the Camarilla.
Piotr, he's doing it again.
They refuse to unleash their beast. They want their petty revolution, but for what? To continue hiding? Proud Cainite, dost thou hear the call? Purge your degenerate humanity and live as your forefathers do. Okay, dude, turn down the LARPing. But I have so much more to say. You're barely in a Sabbat, ape. You haven't even partaken in the Voldery. So stop angling for Pack Priest and stay in your fucking lane.
It is very embarrassing.
Yeah.
Weaklings. I'm the strongest here. Hey, speaking of, where is Kevin? The wizard type.
He is having a special interview with our father. Nothing you need to worry about.
Kevin gets to fuck?
No.
Okay, I get it. That's good, actually. Wouldn't want to engage in any zoophilia out here.
Okay, right, so As has been made abundantly clear, you are basically vampire supremacists.
We are Cainite naturalists. And listen, I
vampire
like you,
supremacists.
all of you. Fair's fair. You did kick our asses. So, I want to extend the offer. Why don't you join us?
Immortality is pretty tempting.
Marcus.
Come on. The old man would never expect it. Not that he can't join as well.
Wouldn't that be funny?
I'm being serious. Immortality, supremacy, a new family. What do you say? Are you in? Or are you out?
Well, it is tempting. You know what's more tempting, though? Having everything we do from here on out being morally justified.
Yes, exactly! Liberate yourself, brother!
Because
Yes!
we'll be doing it against a bunch of vampire fascists!
Yes! The Sabata! Oh! Okay.
Look! It didn't work, Garrett!
I'm so hungry.
Oh, there we go!
Hey, you do know what happens if we don't eat our fill, right?
Tell me.
The beast shall come out now.
That what you're calling yourself,
The
Sideburns?
beast will come out. The beast shall need to crunch your neckies open and from them.
Neckies?
The beast's birthright is your blood, and it will have it, for its will is mightier than any of the shitty metal boxes you put us in.
Metal
Is
boxes.
this guy just like a parody of himself, or
Wait.
What?
Just got an idea. Hey, you will get fed. Just a second.
What?
This better be good.
Everyone, let's get out of here.
Why?
Come and see.
Okay, alright.
Come, boy.
We stepping out from the cellar?
Yes.
Leaving these here.
Yes.
What if they break out?
We will drink your hide dry as you sleep.
They will not. I have fortified this room. This cellar door can withstand a force of 18,000 pounds per square inch. No blank will make its way out.
Okay, yeah, I understand all of that and feel very safe now. Okay, let's go.
Good.
Let's go.
Okay.
Dawn. Big D has many ex-wives and ex-husbands and ex-children. Dor and Marcus are but two among many, but D's vocally affirmed favorite child is the horse named Horse. No! Not horse! Not horse! Not him! A horse heresy! It couldn't be. At least he's got Dor, and at least he's got Marcus. I wonder, though, since obviously he has many ex-wives and many ex-husbands, obviously the waifus give birth to little babies, who is, or what his relationship is with his 13th son, Robert Gilliman. Kitten often serves as stabilizing influence to Boy. However, when they first met, Boy was sick with puberty disease, attacking violently with big stones. Boy was later cured with meat, and now Kitten and Boy play a death match together every Wednesday. Look, there's the Emperor, looking proudly at his adopted son and his grandson. This is why I am loyal to the Emperor. Family values, the truths, integrity, honor, courage, commitment, belief, strengths, America, freedom, and more freedom, Great Britain, hobbies, working together, The Emperor is an awesome dad. Look at the pride right there. That is pride. Beaming alpha male Giga Chad Sigma pride. Somebody should clip that. I hope so. Of my reasons why I respect the Emperor. There you go.
Locked.
Come upstairs, we're going to the office.
Oh boy, Pooters.
Pooters.
A sick video gamer rig, brother.
Well, yeah.
Spent a lot of money on this instead of, a gun.
TF2 is coming out next year. I am justified. Yeah, the
Team Fortress 2.
quality
there you
isn't
go.
great, but we can see and hear everything going on down there. Okay, so here's my idea. Let's have them eat each other.
Like, literally?
Yes, literally! We have no clue what happens if a vampire eats another vampire, and I want to find out. Oh, here comes the moral stipulations.
Seems like a bad idea.
Necessarily mean killing.
I mean, we are stepping over boundaries just bringing them into our house. Or should I say my
house, because you own it.
What, the boundary set by the fucking Arcanum? I don't feel like following their tenets after being banned.
You know what? Let's take this later. We're just gonna start arguing about the royal family again. I can feel
No
it.
talk of British royalty in front of the
Boy. There we go. That's right. No talking about British royalty.
Sing our national anthem.
We're all living in America.
Okay, can we begin the experiment
Yes.
now?
Make them eat the Lapa first. He's the
Freedom. 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 There we go.
worst.
Right, so... Microphone...
You're getting fed. Go buckwild.
Are you fucking serious?
It's the science. Besides, La Valeria over there seems willing to take one for the team.
Don't go volunteering me for blackback duty, degenerate.
That's really kind of your call.
Forget it. The Sabbat will never turn on their own just to slake their own hunger and sneak attack.
Oh, you fucking rat!
Oh.
Help me hold it down and...
You shitty little
Hey, Namaki, it is.
I would punch your blood out of your body!
And
Oh my
here
God.
they go!
Whoa.
A hardcore three-way elimination match where 3 vamps enter and only 1 may leave.
That is right, Mark. We've got a hell of a show for you all, and we're right here in the action. We see some offers coming from the biker guy, but the speed of the larper.
He's looking for his opening and...
Whoa.
Blood!
What a maneuver!
Savage is right.
Jeez.
And I love
It's
it!
clear that there is some bad blood here.
Look at how he's just going to town on him!
There is no town to go to, Marcus. But is this a reversal?
Whoa.
Vintage biker bro! He's got him in a chokehold!
Damn.
It's desperate times here for Larry. Will the sludge lad break the pin? Hey, is he still hiding?
You can't see him. Could his time be now?
That was a very funny reference.
There you
boy.
go.
Thank you. Say, do you think this is a solid warning of what happens when one embraces their monster and loses their soul?
Yes.
No.
Boys, would you look at this? Lapa Larry is retaliating and... Oh, he's doing it! He breaks the hold!
Oh.
Forces it. Is this some kind of hold?
No, it's DDT!
Oh,
It's
DDT!
The
DDT!
biker is down.
Banging and banging.
Oh, I hate
I
him.
believe the larper went over.
1, 2, 3. Marcus, I'm not sure that biker will ever ride again.
Me neither, Door. And look, in a shocking turn, the Larper's calling Slime Boy out.
Piotr, you treasonous dog. Face your death like a true Sabbat.
You know, Abe, I always liked your spirit.
I I bet it'll taste great.
Whoa!
That was invisible! Good Lord in heaven!
Like this? You're right. We'll go slower.
Oh, shit.
Beelzebub, please. Hey, kid, shh, don't worry. I was just putting on a show. After all, we're family. You mean it? Do I mean it? Come on. What do you think?
Oh, ouch. 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 Oh, jeez. Holy shit! Oh, God!
That's, not
Really?
legal.
Marcus, this is barbaric.
This is
You're
really
right.
barbaric.
Slime Lad is beating the LARPer to death with his bare hands.
Or, come on, man.
What? Why the change in tone? Blank bodies aren't people.
Well, yeah, but it's still...
It doesn't matter. Whatever this is, it's horrid.
Didn't you say you wanted this one to die first? Isn't it a bit late to object now?
Hey, JR! Can't help but notice the crowd go mild. Am I good to collect my winnings now?
Well?
I guess for the experiment's sake.
Thank you kindly. Perverse.
Yeah.
You are uncomfortable because the one dying seems so human. But I can assure you, he is no different from the creature eating him alive. All vampires are destined to become monsters. Each one slain is who knows how many lives saved. That is why I do not hesitate to cheer and make sport of their death, and why you shouldn't either.
I don't know, Dad. It seems like it might be more complicated than that.
Son, I learned many harsh lessons in my old mining days. This was one of them. But you are right, boy. They are also afraid because they are British. What? Boy, national anthem. Next verse.
You'll take my life, but I'll take yours too. Living in America.
That's right, freedom right there. Oh, his eyes are back.
Ape. You were delicious. And now, a second helping.
Order. Please.
You know, Ape Boy, I actually thought about sparing him. I kinda liked him. But you, despite the vinculum, old man, I never liked you.
No!
Okay, experiment's over.
So this was all horrifying.
Hey, kids! I got some rather tasty information out of that Kevin guy.
Okay.
He told me the chapter house in Yarmouth. Adam, what are you doing?
Hello, Father. We were engaging in a marginally sadistic professional wrestling commentary.
What the fuck is that vampire doing?
Oh, yeah, we made them eat each other to see what had happened.
You're letting them deoblerize each other?
Yeah, I mean, what?
You stupid boy! Letting vampires deoblerize each other in our cellar? You're going to have them?
Uh-oh.
Immediately break out.
The door.
What?
He broke through the door.
Oh. Well, first of all, we watched all 3 videos. Great content from Alpha Busa, who is one of the lead creators, and of course joined by so many others who made the great "If the Emperor Had Text-to-Speech" device. Perhaps, you know what, we'll maybe react to that, since, you know, we can no longer react to any Hell's Kitchen material. I'm a little sad about that. I'm actually pretty sad about that. Because Twitch, you know, went down on a lot of streamers who weren't. I'm gonna say this. Like, hold on. I'm just gonna pause here real quick because I do want to continue on. Oh my goodness, she is giving him the vampiric kiss. You know, what I really liked was how the audience, you guys were really just roasting some of the candidates who were in Hell's Kitchen. It was a lot of fun. I had fun during that stream when we watched season 1 of Hell's Kitchen. That was fun. But yes, Alferis Omegon, you probably missed it, but I reacted. We were watching the other 2 videos that came before this one. Werewolves. Oh no. Who is this vampiric queen? Who is this person? Who is this enemy? Yeah, I can't wait for episode 3 to come out. Ooh la la. Go ahead. If you got something here, Alferis Omegon. Come on. If you have a video, go ahead. I'm gonna power through this little hunger. I'm trying to build up an appetite, actually.
If you wanted, it'd be very appreciated if you consider checking out our Patreon and spilling your shitty blood all over it. Okay, thank you, and good night. Remember, support children who go to college. College is expensive. It's very difficult to live in this world without a college degree. It's difficult to live in it with a college degree. So, you know, support your local colleges.
That's right, old man.
Not for profit, like
Oh, those are his final thoughts before death. Oh, well. Sorry about that, biker dude. Sorry about that, buddy. Those are his final thoughts before death, yeah. I went to college, of course, you know, when I got out of the Marine Corps, 2008 to 2013. Thankfully, no student debt. Oh, my God. Oh, thank God. Yay. But there's a lot of people I do know who do have student debt, so. Support your local colleges, I guess. I don't know. I have something, but already suggested it. Also has nothing to do with Warhammer. Nothing to do with Warhammer. Alferis Omegon, that's heresy. Swedish. No one clipped that. Great stuff. Great stuff from the crew. From Brother Alfred Busha. Brother Alfred Busha. He's the one who founded it. Brother Alfred Busha. You know what we'll do? Watch a little bit of the Shogunate. See if we find something. Shout out to the Shogunate. Hold on. We got a subscriber. Oh my God. What? Hey. We'll watch a little bit of Shogunate. So there we go. I don't want to put people on the spot. Oh. And then I will watch your video, Alpha Brusa. There we go. We'll watch that one video, and then I probably have to go ahead and get my grub on because I am going to be hungry. All right. All right, let's go do it. Watch this one.
Hey guys, this is not the video that was originally supposed to be released this week, as I am actually doing another collaboration. Yet, sadly, we have run into an issue and were forced to push the release of those videos back by a week. So instead, what we will be doing here today is a bit more of a discussion video on a topic that I have been wanting to bring up for a little while. That being, when did the Sengoku Jidai really start and end? Or perhaps are there more accurate dates we could be using for its time frame? This is something that I imagine perhaps never crossed a lot of people's minds. It certainly was not something that was ever really at the forefront of my own thoughts until rather recently, as you may have noticed me addressing this issue in several of my more recent videos. But before we get into really discussing the wider question of potential start and end dates for the period, we should first look to understand what is commonly considered to be the typical dates we use, as well as the slightly different set of dates that I have been using in most of my videos as well. So, let's talk about what is normally considered to be the time frame of the Sengoku Jidai and why. The Sengoku period, as many of you already know, is generally regarded to be Japan's age of warring states. It is the iconic period of Japanese warfare that many of us picture when we think of samurai. It was a time when really the power of the government had broken down, and now both the shogun and the emperor really had no authority. Thus, the many landholding samurai lords across the country began to assert themselves, embarking on ambitious campaigns of conquest for regional supremacy. And this age would really not come to an end until the rise of three key individuals, remembered today as Japan's great unifiers, who consecutively rose to...
Like I said, I really love the art. I would love to have just a few pictures, pieces of this in my house.
Power and brought Japan into a new state of peace and stability. Now, the normal dates we associate with this time frame are 1467 to 1615. These are the dates most books will tell you, as well as if you simply Google the Sengoku Jidai. This is what the internet will tell you as well. Now, why these dates? And keep in mind that although the Sengoku Jidai is considered a period in its own sense, it is not considered the same as a typical Japanese historical period, being that the Sengoku Jidai essentially spanned three historical eras. These being the Muromachi period, when the center of the government laid in Kyoto within the Muromachi Bakufu, the Azuchi Momoyama period, the era in which we see new government power bases arise under Oda Nobunaga and then later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and then finally the Edo period, when Tokugawa Ieyasu established his new official military government in Edo. The Sengoku period is one that overlaps these more official historical periods, and it is important to note that this happens a number of times throughout Japanese history, as we can also see it with the Nanbokucho period and later the Bakumatsu period, both periods that too overlap the normal historical era. But getting back to the Sengoku Jidai, 1467 is usually seen as the start because it was in this year that begun the Onin War, a decade-long clash which is believed to have forever tarnished the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate in Kyoto. The central government was weak, and all the lords across Japan could see that. The Onin War had also given many lords an excuse to fight, because the war itself had two key factions that had arisen, being that it was started over a succession dispute between two potential heirs to the shogunate. With the authority of the shogunate having fallen apart and many samurai clans engaging in petty regional conflicts, the situation simply snowballed into what we consider to be the Sengoku period. Now, why the end date of 1615? This is because 1615 is the end of the sieges of Osaka Castle. Really, the end of the last major threat to Tokugawa rule over Japan.
Osaka Castle. Now, for those who don't know, Osaka is Chicago's sister city. So, why would they do that to the glorious city of Osaka?
As from this point on, the Edo period was well underway, and an age of relative peace had been established. This is not to say that more violence would not arise during the Edo period, but really the last siege of Osaka, along with the fall of the Toyotomi clan, is really seen to be this major event that caps off the Sengoku period. So, from here we derive our two dates of 1467 and 1615, a period of 148 years. Yet, as you may have noticed, I like to do things a little bit differently, and I'm surprised that no one has ever really called me out on this yet. Throughout my videos, I have tweaked those dates to instead be 1477 to 1615, as 1477 is considered to be the year the Onin War came to an end. In my head, I separate the Onin War from the rest of the Sengoku period, as not to lump the two together. In this way, I consider all the battles between 1467 and 1477 as battles of the Onin War, and not part of the larger chaos of the Sengoku period.
Makes sense.
Basically, the root of this being the Onin War was the cause, and the Sengoku Jidai was the effect. Is it wrong to do things this way? Obviously, I don't necessarily think so, but I'll let you be the judge. It's just how I have been framing it. But an additional thing I think is important to consider is that this period of 1477 to 1615 is one that really incorporates the most significant events and figures of the period, as well as the rise of new concepts like that of Gekukujo, which really had not been seen before. I think 1477 to 1615 is a great way to lump in all of these major things into an appropriate window of time, and honestly what has become the popular image of the period as it is, without tacking on all of the extra events and figures present during the years of the Onin War. But with that all said, is there a better way to judge this time period? Are there better dates to use? This is where things get complicated, because in some cases, if we were to start using different dates, we would be adding on or potentially removing decades to this period. So, let's start by taking a look at the start first, which is really a bit more complicated than looking at the end. The earliest I have seen anyone try to suggest as a start date for the Sengoku period is that of the start of the Nanbokucho period back in 1336. The Nanbokucho period, literally the period of the northern and southern courts, was a turbulent age in which two competing imperial courts vied for power, leading many samurai families across the country either to back one or the other. It was a sporadic age of war that lasted essentially from 1336 to 1392, when the courts were at last able to reconcile. And although it was a chaotic age very akin to that of the Sengoku period, and which greatly helped pave the way to much of the later structure of the Sengoku period, the important thing to remember is that the Nanbokucho period did have a solid endpoint in 1392 that really is not disputed, and was then followed by a period of relative peace. This is largely what I feel truly separates it from the Sengoku Jidai and makes them completely different ages of conflict. The next two potential start dates I want to address are actually ones that were brought up by Parallel Pain from Reddit's Ask Historians. Parallel Pain gives an interesting and sophisticated answer to the question of Sengoku start dates, and I wanted to highlight what he brings up. In his reply to someone else's question regarding Sengoku period end dates, Parallel Pain brings up some great points regarding how we tend to frame and view the years of the period in general. These are seen through two different lenses. Do we view the Sengoku period as more of an age where there was an absence of a strong central authority under initially the Ashikaga shogunate, or do we just simply view the period as an age of widespread conflict across the country? Obviously, it was a bit of both, but framing it under these two different ideas can really help flesh out how we interpret the start and even end dates. Let's start off by saying that we were to consider the Sengoku period in the sense of being an age of widespread conflict. Then the start date could actually be perhaps considered to be around the mid-1450s, when violence erupted within the Hatakeyama clan who had previously held the title of Kanrei, as well as the outbreak of a new war in the Kanto region. These flashpoints can be viewed as the start of a new age of violence that would later grow more severe and widespread once we see the start of the Onin War in the following decade. Parallel Pain also makes an interesting point about perhaps pushing the date further back to perhaps the year 1441, when Shogun Ashikaga Yoshinori was assassinated, a significant moment that may be viewed as the point where things started to go downhill. However, if we were to instead view the Sengoku period as a time in which there was an absence of a strong governing authority that allowed the chaos of the warring states, he points out that maybe the start date should instead be pushed forward to 1493. This was when Shogun Ashikaga Yoshitane was forced to abdicate by Hosokawa Masamoto, who then placed a puppet shogun in power and had himself appointed as the new Kanrei. This was seen as an extremely important moment that was perhaps a truer testament to the weakness of the Ashikaga shogunate more so than the actual Onin War. These dates are very fascinating and show just how many ways we can interpret the start and reasoning behind the nature of the Sengoku period, and they are for sure way more complicated to argue than when we begin looking at the end dates. As previously mentioned, 1615 is generally associated to be the end of the Sengoku period, with the finishing of the sieges of Osaka and the fall of the Toyotomi.
Oh, rest in peace, Osaka. How could they do that? Why would they lay siege to such a glorious city? Don't do that to Osaka!
However, that has not stopped people from arguing over...
Whenever I get the chance, hopefully I save up enough money, because I want to go back to Japan and I want to see Osaka.
Over other potential dates in which the period may be viewed as over. The first real legitimate case that can be made is for the year 1590. This was the year in which the Hojo clan was defeated, and Toyotomi Hideyoshi can be seen to have essentially unified the land and brought about a new age of stability. The problem with this date, however, is the fact that more battles were inevitably to come. As 8 years later, after Hideyoshi's death and the failure of the Imjin War, we see the outbreak of new hostilities that would lead to a war that would span the entire country and culminate in the monumental Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This, of course, accompanied by the rise of Japan's final great unifier, Tokugawa Ieyasu. And this is also where the case can be made for another end date to the period, as in the year 1600, with the end of the Battle of Sekigahara, Japan would fall under the rule of the Tokugawa regime. And some people even like to move that date up a bit to 1603, when Ieyasu at last becomes shogun and the Edo period begins, which would actually make for a convenient cutoff, were it not for the soon-to-be massive sieges of Osaka in 1614 and 1615, which should never be forgotten. Yet there is one date past this that some people have liked to bring up, this being the Shimabara Rebellion, which took place from 1637 to 1638. This was an uprising that really did not have anything to do with any of the prior major conflicts that had been the main staples of the past decades. It had nothing to do with bringing about unification or was an extension of the Toyotomi-Tokugawa rivalry. So really, the only way we can lump on the Shimabara Rebellion is if we are looking at the period as a prolonged age of conflict across Japan, in which case, if we are, it is completely fine to associate the Shimabara Rebellion with the Sengoku Jidai. Now, the question remains, which one is the correct set of dates to use? Which is the truest time frame? And as you may have already guessed, there is no correct answer. It really is up to your own interpretation, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, unless the Japanese government or something comes out with a statement making a certain time frame the official time frame for the period, it really is just up for debate, and probably will be forever. As for me, I am likely going to stick with the 1467 to 1615 dates, as it
I would just love to have some of these pieces in my house, or these are like copies, you know.
Really is the most well-known set of dates for the period, and gives the most iconic window for all the major events and figures.
Beautiful, these pictures.
But, with that said, what do you guys think? What start and end dates do you typically associate with the Sengoku Jidai? And also, let me know if you think I missed anything. I'd really love to see what you all have to say. Either way, thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell if you enjoyed this video and found it to be most informative.
Right, last videos. So, I got two videos that were recommended to me. One from Alfarius, the other one from Dynamite Niche. So, we are going to watch those two videos next. And then I'm going home, so Dynamite Niche, you'll be closing us out. Right now, we're going to be watching The New Order! Last Days of Europa! I'm a fan of alternate history. Yes, I am. Viewer discretion should have been advised. The password. 10000100010001000100010. Order.
Greetings, listeners. I come to you with a special task offered to me by the OFN Council to document 3 decades of history from the 1920s to the beginning of the 1960s. 3 decades that many scholars say is the biggest turning point and the perilous of times in human history. I'm talking about the rise of the New Order, Germania, and its former Axis powers being victorious in the Second World
Now, here's the thing. I like alternate history. Now, Ferris American, I'll watch this. Here's the thing. I'm a fan of it, but when it comes down to whether World War II, like whether the Nazis would have won, I'm in firm belief of logistics. That's my inner Reboot Gilliman coming out. Horse-drawn carriages, like the Germans. There was no way the Germans were going to win, but I will see this thing out. Because maybe this video might be the video to change my mind. Be like, okay, maybe they did something right. So let's just see the lore.
War. Never in human history has the world been so disrupted by this German colossus. Countless lives in servitude, continents divided and remolded, nations devolving to warring factions, and the looming threat of nuclear war are present in this century. It's important that the public gets the truth of what they're facing. What led to a German victory? How has the world responded? And what's the world going to be moving forward in the 20th century? Please, as a member of the OFN, to listen to our words so you may be wise and better combat the threats to freedom and democracy.
Okay. Let's go, Ghostbusters. Rise of the New Order.
If someone was to ask how a nation like Germany went from a crippled democracy to an authoritarian superpower in the span of 3 decades, there are 2 reasons. The first was the weakened state of the Soviet Union. After the revolution and the death of Lenin, a violent power struggle consumed Russia. Nikolai Bukharin eventually seized power after staging a coup d'etat against Joseph Stalin.
What?
But never would Russia industrialize or form a standing army. It would remain weakened, stagnant, and always on the verge of collapse. The second cause was the extreme isolationist policies of the United States. With Joseph Kennedy as president, America took a strong isolationist stance. And as the 1930s moved into the 40s, America watched onwards as Germany steamrolled across Europe. Britain soon stood alone, with her only safe.
Little side note, I am not a fan of Joseph Kennedy Sr. He is and always will be a scumbag. I'm not a fan of the Kennedys. It's a little just side note. Just not a fan of them. The only one that was worth any salt was the firstborn, who unfortunately died serving in the Royal Armed Air Force. But that's just an opinion for another day. But I'm not a fan of Mr. Kennedy. I think him and all his ideas. I personally, it's one people you hate in history. He's one of those people I don't like. I think he's a scumbag. Through and through. Scumbag.
Saving grace, the Royal Navy. Her saving grace would then be isolated from the British Isles in a surprise attack against Gibraltar, leaving the Navy trapped in the Mediterranean.
Ooh.
In the East, Russia didn't have a fighting chance. Operation Barbarossa was a success. And within half a year, Germany...
I don't know if that would be the case, because let's face it, Old Man Winter was coming through. Yeah, that happened, Alferis. That's another reason why, too. What he did to his... Anyways. Because something, there's only one person who called him out on it. It was his firstborn son. I'm not talking about JFK. I'm not talking about RFK. I'm not talking about Teddy. I'm talking about the only one of the Kennedy clan that actually stood up to that scumbag Kennedy Sr.
He pushed the USSR into the Urals. Although Bukharin promised never to surrender, his stubbornness would be his downfall. Bukharin would find himself arrested by his former followers, the Red Army would be dispersed, and the Russian people, out to save themselves, turned Russia into a multitude of factions fighting for what's left. In the Pacific, the United States would have its blood spilled on the beaches of Pearl Harbor. Though Kennedy promised retribution for the attacks, the US Army was ill-prepared for war. The only potential we had was defending Australia from a Japanese invasion. But in Europe, it was too late. German forces already landed in Britain thanks to the help of pro-Nazi Irish sympathizers. 1943 saw the defeat of the British homeland. For the first time, the British Empire, the empire that the sun never sets on, was then eclipsed by the swastika. As Europe was under the jackboot of German rule, we hoped to at least turn the tide of the war in the Pacific, now that we have defended Australia. But then, the unthinkable.
Pearl Harbor, July 4th, 1945.
No one could have expected such a calamity. The populace was left shocked, demoralized, and advocating not for victory, but survival. 5 days later, US diplomats met in Berlin and Tokyo to negotiate peace deals. For Japan, it meant handing over all US Pacific holdings, including ports on the mainland. And for Germany, it was deswearing to European neutrality for 100 years. A shameful treaty to some, a desperate means of survival by others. One thing is for sure. As the old world set it upon the past, those few lands who resisted the darkness shall become beacons in the darkness, as the old order sets and the world consumed by the new order.
Metamorphosis.
After the war, the world was reshaped between the superpowers of Germany and Japan. To withstand these powers, the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand.
Whoa, hey. Hey. I'm not a geographer or nothing. But what happened here? I know there's not a big lake there. I know my geography. Hold on, something ain't right. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. Something ain't right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Yeah. Yeah, there's that lake by Kenya. There's a large body of water there. There's nothing there. Where is Megan? Explain. Ah, I see. Alas, though, there's one thing I do want to bring up, though. Like, invading England, the reason why Operation Sea Lion never came to fruition, because it was damn well impossible, or it would be very difficult for the German forces to, invade Great Britain, but I guess the invasion happened different ways.
Organization of Free Nations, an international organization to withstand the Axis powers, and in time export democracy across the world. Across the Atlantic, Germany dominated Europe and Africa.
Oh my goodness.
Immediately, they began their metamorphosis of Europe. Technological marvels the world has ever seen, and most recently, their newest frontier to landing a man on the moon. However, this display of a master race is a ruse. The best example is the Atlantropa project, the damming of the Mediterranean, promising virgin land for the German people. No. This became far-fetched. The land was found barren, unfertile. It brought the Sahara closer to Europe.
Also, again, salt water. Salt water is not good for soil. Salt is bad for soil, Germania.
And the nations who depended on the sea, like Italy, Spain, and Turkey, fell into turmoil. This was the straw that broke the camel's back, as their allegiance to Germania soured, breaking away to form the Triumvirate. Germany and Japan's relationship didn't fare well either, almost immediately going apart after the war. In response, the Unity Pact was formed to strengthen...
Yes, I've heard about that plan too, but my goodness, like, here's the thing. I am not... Like, here's the thing, because when I was... A few years ago, when I was looking at maps at my family property, I realized that my great-grandparents who owned the land didn't do crop rotation as much because they owned some farmland. Because, you know, they were growing food and all this other stuff there. But eventually, like, things were starting to die down, and what I looked into, especially looking at samples of the soil there's a lot of sand, and they didn't do crop rotation. So one thing I like to do, especially when I'm growing tomatoes, which I actually got to start getting ready to start growing my batch of tomatoes, you got to make sure that you got to make sure you have fertile soil. Salt is bad. So unless anyone else can prove anything else wrong, like unless you know how to do mineral and rock cultivation in order to make the soil good, like what the people did in Easter Island, salt soil in the Mediterranean, it's not cash money.
Nazi influence. But this did nothing for what was to come. The 1950s crash almost killed the German economy. Lebensraum was introduced to stop the crash, with the Slavic people of Western Russia being enslaved. Since its inception, the OFN took a close eye on this crime on humanity, with stories coming in day by day of the harsh treatment of the people. Despite the Führer's promise of new land for German resettlement, Lebensraum became a chore than an opportunity. Slave rebellions and the constant monitoring of them made for a bureaucratic nightmare, only being kept in line by leaders who ruled these colonies like private fiefdoms.
Oof.
There's then the dubious relationships within their allies. Rebellions and the constant monitoring of them made for a bureaucratic nightmare, only being kept in line by leaders who ruled these colonies like private fiefdoms.
Oh my god.
There's then the dubious relationships within their allied states, particularly Romania, who has committed wars on Nazi-backed countries, making the pact ever more tenuous. Seeing these cracks unfold, we, at the OFN, have been working hard to take advantage of their misfortunes to weaken their grasp. One place we're working on is in British independence. For the British Isles are a black sheep among the Unity Pact, not having the harsh repression seen on the mainland. We've been in contact with an underground resistance called Her Majesty's Most Loyal Resistance, formerly under the control of the United Kingdom in exile, and works to overthrow the German collaborators and return their former British government to London, led by the revered British General Claude Auchinleck. Another point of tension is in Africa. We hope to invite the Dominion of South Africa into the OFN to contain the corrosive colonies of German Central Africa. For if there's any example of the Nazi mismanagement of their empire, it is here. A full black market society in the Congo, incompetent leadership in the southwest, native resistance in the southeast, and famine and disease in Madagascar.
Oh my god.
But what threatens the stability of the Reich the most is in their own people. A new generation of Germans have grown off the spoils of the Second World War, leading to a society of idleness and radical youth culture, a far cry from the warrior spirit the Nazis propagate. As for their leadership, it's no surprise to those in the dark echelons of the party that Hitler is going to pass away. It's no secret either that Hitler's life has been threatened multiple times, even by other Nazi officials. As the Führer's health weakens, his loyal members plotted to how they will take the reins of his heir apparent, each having immense power in the German government, economy, and military. Three of which stand out. Albert Speer, who believes in liberalizing the Reich would help evolve Germania into a post-war society. His antithesis, Hermann Göring, who advocates for German expansionism to fuel its survival. And then there's Martin Bormann, Hitler's closest confidant, who believes that the Reich should stay its current course. Already, protests from the youth have been growing. Nazi leadership is getting ever more divided, for it's only a matter of time that German blood will be spilt by their own hands. For there's only one question to be answered. Will the Germans maintain their new order when they can hardly handle themselves? a question only time will tell.
Well, see, and here's the thing: there's no way, really, an empire like that could ever last. You know, and again, already okay. This seems very interesting. There's some interesting twists that are taken in. I am a huge fan of alternate history, but I think for me, Alpha Eris, I like this video. I think this is one of the few videos where I'm not, like, okay, you're jumping through a lot of hoops. But like whenever I read like a lot of alternate history books, I would steer away from books that would say, oh, here's what would happen if the Confederacy gained independence, or if Nazi Germany won, or if the Axis powers won. Because it's sort of like it's the same. Like, yes, those universes would suck, but this seems all right. This has captured my attention. It has captured my attention. But I'm always a fan of not going for the easy pile, because that always seems to be. And I used to read a lot of Harry Turtledove stuff too, and after a while, I've seen other people try and do alternate history of what would happen if the Confederacy gained independence, or if the Axis powers won, and it's just like, this has been played out. It's been played out so many times, and it's just like, I'm gonna fall asleep. But this has caught my attention. Shadow Stage.
Humanity's shield against the darker elements of its nature is just a thin veneer. For how dark can it be behind that veneer of humanity? Such an answer can be found in studying the SS state of Burgundy. Prior to its establishment, Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler believed Hitler's Nazism has deviated from its plans for Aryan dominance. To revitalize the Nazi ideals, Himmler gathered the veteran SS to stage a coup on Hitler. However, General Hans Spadel discovered the plans foiling Himmler's coup. In order to prevent a civil war, Hitler offered Himmler an opportunity. He would offer Himmler a region carved from Belgium and eastern France, where he can freely indulge in his depraved policies. For there's a reason that the SS state of Burgundy is called the Shadow State. It's the most secretive region in all of Europe, if not the world. Mass surveillance of its people. A complete militarized society. There's even a saying that the Shadow State has more labor camps than housing. But there's something very ominous that leaves many of us intrigued and frightful of the Shadow State. It has seemed that the Shadow State has its hand in international affairs, especially in sabotage and infiltration included. Inside the state, things get more bizarre. We've been gathering reports of the state building an elaborate system of bunkers across the land. On top of that, the stockpiling of nuclear arsenals. Given its secrecy, it's inappropriate to conclude what they are planning, but we must maintain a watch.
That of his ideology.
What? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get the shotguns. Russian Wild West.
So now that we have settled on the affairs of the Reich, we might as well discuss what their affairs are in the northeast. Russia. Land of Tsars. The land that bore the first communist country, stretching from Europe to Asia, is now a distant memory. The final moments of Russia's war with Germany ended in Western Russia being occupied. And as Russia's government caved in, her land began to slowly fracture. By the early 50s, senior leaders of the Soviet Union rallied those few remaining factions to form the West Russian Revolutionary Front. A final push against Germany, they began the West Russian War.
Yeah, Soviet style.
300 miles out of Russia, until inevitably the fracturing of the front. Though Germany may have lost the Second War, they made sure to keep a ritualistic terror bombing of Western Russia into submission. Since then, Russia has become a place of vast intrigue. It is what some call the Russian Wild West, with factions rising and falling with every year. There are autocracies, roaming nomads, and fragile democracies. Across Russia, there are those who seek the revitalization of the Soviet Union, like Bukhara, Irkutsk, Tyumen, and Arkhangelsk, the veteran remnants of the West Russian Revolutionary Front. On the other side, there are those factions who desire a return to monarchism, such as Vyatka or Chita. Others are more extreme in their goals. There is the Aryan Brotherhood, a small clique of Nazi fetishists, and the Black League in Omsk, a militarized society driven by a prophetic downfall of Germania in what they call the Great Trial. There are then those factions who wish to act like vultures, living off of the shattered remains of the country, like the anarchist Black Army, the infamous Duranger Brigade, a roaming band of Nazi criminals, and the aptly named Merchants of Blood, Zadrust, a criminal empire made rich by selling arms to warring neighbors. There's lastly the ones who are trying to evolve to a state of democracy. Tomsk is one such example, having now maintained a stable parliament with some high-minded leaders. There's then Komi, who has been struggling hard to maintain its democracy from extremist movements within the government. And then there's Magadan, formerly allied with the fascist state of Amur. It's been a place of close relationships with the United States, having been considered the gateway to Russia. Despite the differing factions and their motives, there is but one rule that they can agree on. If you can survive here, then you are welcomed. For Russia is an ever-changing landscape, means something for different people. As for what it will mean tomorrow, well, your guess is as good as mine.
Oh. End of tape 5. What is going on? Land of the Gilded Sun.
Before we conclude these documents, it's most important to know our closest rival, the Empire of Japan, the land of the rising sun. What was once an isolated archipelago in the Pacific has now become a third superpower determining the world's future. Since the Second World War, Japan's imperial ambitions drove their empire to the conquest of China, Indonesia, the Philippines, Indochina, and beyond. With the war over, Japan made the most of its acquired land thanks to the help of Prime Minister Hideki Tojo. A rift in the empire soon took hold. On one side, there's the Japan they want you to see. A rich society, a bustling economy, and a fulfilled population, truly making their land an oasis among the crude reality of its gilded empire. According to many observers, Japan's dominion over their colonies is little more than parasitic. Though not as cruel as Germania's, the empire's subjects are forced to toil the natural resources of their former independent lands for the betterment of the Japanese people. Economically, Japan is dominated by the Zaibatuists, semi-feudal economic conglomerates. Since the war, the Zaibatuists have grown.
One of those looks shockingly familiar.
Grown in close relationship to the government, and with the war over, they assert their monopolies across the empire. Politically, Japan is governed by the Imperial Rule Assistance Association, the party that forced all other parties to work together during the war. But with the war over, the need for this one-party system has become tenuous. The same can be said for the army. The Imperial Navy and Army are quarreling over who will get the lion's share of military funds. Diplomatically, the relationship between the US and the Japanese is more tense than that of Germania's. As part of the treaty, Japan has been given ownership of the ports in San Francisco and Los Angeles. Such proximity to former rivals creates a great deal of strife among the two superpowers. The subjugation of the US population leading to violent confrontations, and U.S. policy subjecting Asian descent citizens to internment or violent persecution. Across the Pacific lies the Japanese Hawaiian Islands, where there has been a point of great tension called the Hawaiian Missile Crisis. Started after the United States defied the Agadi Accords by granting statehood to Hawaii. In response, Japan placed nuclear missiles on the islands in proximity to the west coast. With the looming threat of nuclear war, Vice President John F. Kennedy has taken lead over from President Nixon in Japanese negotiations. For one can only hope a final resolution will come by the end.
Ugh, Kennedy. Not a fan of him. I know. There's a lot of people who look at him fondly. I'm not one of them. I'm sorry. Just not a fan of Kennedy.
Of 1962.
Just not a fan of him. For many reasons. Conclusion.
Thank you for reaching the end of this summary of the New Order. Hopefully this has provided you with the information necessary to get you started in playing a part in this world. Most certainly you are faced with looming threats to the future, but perhaps, just perhaps, such colossal threats may end in their self-destruction, as seen with the infighting in Hitler's circle, or in Japan's class and political divisions. I almost find it poetic in a sense. A civilization built for a noble ideal can pass through the ages, whilst those who build against something find a world unfit for an age of peace. Which part will you play? All that and more is up to you to decide.
Well, I'll fair again. Not saying much, but maybe this game might be played on Chicago Plays here on Twitch. Looks like it's caught my attention. I'll see if it's on Steam. I'll get it. You know what? Even though Vice President Kennedy is leading the talks, I'll fight for the Allies. Freedom! Freedom! And freedom! Freedom. There you go. That's a mod for Hearts of Iron. Ah! I'll have to find it. Right. One last video, and then I gotta get some food because I gotta get my grub on. Here we go. What is this?
Something nice about the Warhammer 40k factions is that they're all pretty goddamn spectacular in one way or the other.
That's
like
right,
the
they
Space
are.
Marines. I know some people look at this video and thought I hate the Space Marines, but I don't. They're badass super soldiers designed by a god, and they're awesome. Humanity's finest through and through. Or the Eldar,
the man
remnants
emperor
of a
of
dying
man.
species that once ruled the stars and are still a force to be reckoned with. The Orcs, the Tau, the Tyranids, everyone has something that makes them go above and beyond the average person. But you know what? Sometimes that's not what you want. There's an appeal unique to being the average Joe and Jane, the everyday men and women just doing their part to get by in the world. They're not particularly special, they don't have supreme plot armor, and they're not the best of the best in anything, really. But god damn it, they fight their damned hardest, and it's all the more special.
And let's face it, when it came down to Dark Crusade, I really liked playing as the Imperial Guard. I really, really did. You know, I know there were Space Marines, I know there's all the other factions, but for some reason, like I know according to lore, like, you know, again, Lucas Alexander was killed by the Blood Ravens, and apparently the Titan's arm was possessed by a Nurgle demon, but I just like I canceled it out and made it my own lore where like the Imperial Guard, they went underneath the grounds of Kronos to fight the Necrons. They retook the cities from the Tau. They faced off against the Orcs, Chaos, and there's just something so special when I get that Bane Blade up and running. 11 barrels of fuck you.
When they win because of it. When they show that just because some big bug monster is designed to be the ultimate killing machine doesn't mean it's unbeatable. So are you interested in playing as the true essence of humanity? Do you enjoy when the regular people of the galaxy go against the worst it has to offer and tell it to stick it where the sun don't shine? And you, my friend, you want the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard is what happens when you need more bodies than most planets have people to fight in your war effort. I wish I could give you a grand operatic backstory for these guys, but I can't. They're just people like you and me against the forces of hell and worse. The Solar Auxilia from 30K that would eventually become the Guard, while badass, were supposed to be secondary support units for the main force of the Space Marines. But you know what? All this makes them even more appealing. The average man performs so well even compared to the invincible Space Marines that the Imperium was like, shit man, make these guys the main force. And yeah, I know that part of the Guard coming into being was that the Imperium feared the Space Marines going rogue again, but at the end of the day, the Guard wouldn't have come into being if it couldn't be competent on its own. They're the badass dregs of humanity, and they fight horrors beyond time and space, and they win. At the end of the day, that's all the background you need. So why pick them? Well, like I said, every army in 40K has something special about them that makes them stand above the ordinary person. But what makes the Guard special is that they don't really have anything like that. They're the everyday men and women who are forced to fight to live, and honestly, that's something that makes them entirely unique in the setting. I love the Eldar and Elves in general, but even the Guardians, the average Eldar forced to fight to defend their craft worlds, still aren't quite the same as the Guard. Militia or not, they're still effectively immortal elves that have forever to learn how to fight and survive. But the Guard is just humanity. You more than likely can never be a Custodes, but you sure as shit could be a Guardsman. I'm fucking diabetic, and I could still probably be a Guardsman. They'll take anyone. This makes them more relatable than anyone in the setting. You can relate to the Space Marines. You aren't a child super soldier fighting demons from hell as part of your job description, but you can be damn sure you can relate to the guy shitting himself behind a machine gun while mushrooms tear your tanks in half. Whenever a Guard book comes out, you can relate to just about every character in it. From Caiaphas Cain, caught way out of his depths in the worst of situations, to Gaunt the Tanith, first and only grimly persevering, there's no one in the Guard that you can't connect to in some way. Even on the tabletop, there's something about knowing each of those minis on the field is just an average person forced to fight that makes them special. And it's all the more awesome when they do win because of this. When the Space Marines win, it's like, well yeah, of course they do, they're all Master Chief. But you throw an average guy against an army of 4 different Satans and he wins? Now that's something special. Whenever a member of the Guard does something amazing, it's even more awesome because of the universe he lives in. There's a group called the Kasserkin, which are the Cadian Guard Regiment's elite units to give the basics of it. One of them was either
Cadia forever!
They're part of an Inquisitor's bodyguard or just happen to be nearby for whatever reason, and this motherfucker scared the Inquisitor. Keep in mind, this guy's entire job is to deal with demons from hell on a regular basis and had fought against Space Marines in the thrall of one of the Chaos Gods. And this Kasserkin scared him. The Kasserkin also helped save the Inquisitor's life when a possessed guy lost control of the demon inside of him. What an edgy sentence. By jumping on top of it and stabbing it with a plain old knife. Space Marines wish they could be that cool. Beyond them being exceptional in their normalcy, there's a Guard army for just about everyone lore-wise. Do you want stereotypical Soviet-Russian charges, or the only strategy is clog the enemy guns with your bodies? Guard has you covered. Do you want actual Soviet tactics, where there's some serious brain power put into the war effort, it's just that casualties aren't avoided if they're the most efficient route to victory? Guard has you covered. World War I era trench warfare and unrelenting stoicism in the face of defeat? Of course the Guard has you covered. ODSTs? You know the Guard has those. The Guard also makes frequent use of heavy armor because tanks are awesome, thus making them one of the few factions in 40k to realize that actually, it turns out tactics and efficient use of your war machine is really effective. Instead of screaming some war cry and charging headfirst into a machine gun nest because the first part of becoming a Space Marine is removing your self-preservation instincts. The Guard is the faction for people who don't want to be on the losing side in the grand scheme of things. Now, from the amount of casualties the Guard suffers, you might think I'm being a bit of an idiot here. And I am, because the Guard suffers manpower losses like my pancreas suffered beta cell losses. But the thing is, unlike my pancreas, there will always be more Guardsmen. The Imperial Guard is an army trillions strong, and it's only ever getting bigger because the Imperium requires planets to give a certain number of soldiers to the Guard as a tithe. Yes, I said tithe. Tithe, motherfuckers. Complain at me in Discord all you want. You can't untithe the word tithe. Anyways, sure, some individual armies like the Tanith First and Only may be on a fixed lifespan, but the Guard as a whole isn't going anywhere no matter the losses. It doesn't matter who they're fighting, on a battle-by-battle basis, they'll be equipped with almost equal numbers to whatever they fight at worst. There may be more Tyranids and Orcs than there are Guardsmen in total, but on a battle-by-battle basis, they're on relatively equal footing. The Guard also has just straight up the most enjoyable books. I admit it.
Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium.
Probably biased because I've read more guard books for 40k than anything else, but by God, do I love them. The Gaunt books, Caiaphas Cain, I love and keep mentioning them because they're so fucking good. Interestingly, the guard is also closer to the moral good end of the spectrum as far as 40k goes. Now, I'm not saying it's a good guy faction, where everyone involved is just a big damn hero who's always riding out to save the day. They're part of the fascist, totalitarian hellscape that is the Imperium, and if you put them in...
No, they're part of the glorious empire of mankind. The Emperor protects.
Say Star Wars, they'd look like total monsters. But because they're the average men and women fighting for their beliefs and more importantly survival, this gives them a bit more of a humane edge. Not great, because if I don't clarify, people get the wrong idea, but compared to super soldiers slaughtering thousands because they can, or the secret police nuking entire worlds, the guy screaming for the Emperor because it's all he knows in the face of certain death is kinda hard to hate on for being evil. Hell, depending on how awful you think the Imperium is, he may not even realize what a shithole he lives in, so you can add a little bit of culture-wide brainwashing to make him even more sympathetic. It's also fun to play against the guard. It's hard to be mad at them because A...
Look at how glorious that is. Acadia will be avenged. And the guard, humanity, will continue to march forward. And look, it's the mighty Torox!
Guard is a pretty respectable army to see in the tabletop, and B, you'll always score a decent amount of kills against a guard army, so you'll never feel like it was a slaughter even if you lose. And with that foreshadowing of the guard's negatives, let's go to their tabletop positives. Remember those numbers I mentioned? Yeah, that reflects in their rules. You're going to be having more troops on the field than most armies, depending on how you build your own. It's possible to lean more into the infantry side of things and have waves and waves of disposable schmucks drown the enemy in bodies. Like I said before, with the potential exceptions of the Tyranids and the Orcs, the guard are always going to outnumber people on the battlefield. And while one lasgun might not be the best weapon, 100 of them is pretty damn good. So if you face the guard, don't think you're just going to be getting free kills with zero effort against them. Is there an objective you really need to take? Well, your numbers have your back. Even if you go for more expensive stuff, compared to other armies, your stuff is still dirt cheap in point cost. You'll rarely be in a situation where you're desperately trying to fit one more unit in because you'll be just over the point limit by including it. You're very much a ranged army, so to get the most out of the guard, stay far away and shoot at the morons who think swords are good in the 41st millennium. That being said, if you have some Ogrins on the field, then people are going to regret going into the charge thinking they've got the game this way to close the gap, before a not ogre rips their commander in half anyways. Of course, you can lean more into a mechanized build as well. Tanks aplenty, and each of them is pretty effective at its role. Sure, guard tanks might not be the best things in the game stat-wise, but as far as what you get for points, you can't really get anything better than the old Lehman Russ tank, named after the Primarch of the shittiest chapter ever. He's an alright guy, though. Also, the Basilisk. Remember when everyone was shitting themselves over the Tau railgun? You know how that railgun had 72 inches of range? The Basilisk has a range of 240 inches. You were never not in Basilisk range. And while it doesn't hit nearly as hard as the railgun, it still packs a decent punch and can come in a unit of 3. Horde armies will learn to fear the Basilisk. Valkyries can control the sky while the tanks hit them from below. And of course you have the mighty Baneblade. Anything in front of it, it just...
Look, that is glorious. The Baneblade. 11 barrels of fuck you right there. 11 barrels of glorious
Just assume it's not going to be their next turn. Just forget about it. But the true power of the guard comes from their flexibility. The vehicles they wield might not be the best in any particular role, but they're decent enough all-rounders. Sure, you aren't as tough as the Necrons, but you're tough enough for your point cost. Sure, you don't hit as hard as the Eldar, but once again, you're cheap enough that you can toss more tanks freely into the fray and they'll still perform very well. On top of that, when their vehicles are backed up properly by a force of infantry, there's very little on the battlefield the guard isn't able to do. Sure, your opponent could focus on wiping out your infantry and making sure you don't get any objectives, but that just means the firing line of basilisks in the background is going to mulch them, and if they focus all their effort on the vehicles, then they aren't capturing shit, and with the 500 lasguns pointed at them, one of those guardsmen is going to get a kill. You have a tool for every occasion. It may not be the best tool, but you have something that can get the job done alright, and sometimes that's all you need. Combine this with the buffs units like Commissars can give to a unit, and you can get a level of synergy that makes anything the guard's path wish it was fighting something less terrifying, like Tyranids. And if nothing else, the guard are part of the Imperium. If there's one particular aspect of the guard you find just isn't to your liking, ally with someone else and you can patch that hole right up. The reverse is also true. Any weaknesses in the Space Marines, Sororitas, or the Mechanicus can pretty easily be filled up by the guard. Also, Knight Commander Pask. He's not as good as he used to be from my understanding of the rules, or at least he doesn't have nearly as many varied rules. But my advice, if you're ever playing against someone who hasn't played the guard before, play Pask. They will quickly learn to target him first in the future, because if they don't, they're going to watch their army turn into smoke. Oh, and Slime Arbo. Yeah, I had to mention the funny meme man. Look at him. How could you not think he's badass? Overall, if you want a force of mutuals taking bullets for the big guns behind them, you want the guard. Wait a minute, haven't I heard that one before? But what sucks about the guard? Well, lore-wise, there's a few negatives to be wary of. On a grand scale, like I said, yeah, the guard is never going to be losing because there's trillions of the brass-balled bastards. But in individual battles, yeah, those casualty reports are going to be hard to read. Whenever the guard shows up to a fight, a whole lot of them are going to die. More so than usual for 40k. It gets rough out there for the humble guardsmen, I won't lie to you. What makes it worse for the the Guard is that if it's a big event where every faction is involved, that means the Space Marines are going to be involved, which means the ultimate glory is going to go to them, not the humble guardsmen on the ground. Expect a token mention along the lines of, while the Guard heroically died in droves to distract someone, the Space Marines went and did the important shit. The Guard are the grunts through and through, and the rolling lore is often to catch bullets with their faces so someone important doesn't have to. They also lose more than any other Imperial force, excepting perhaps the Sisters of Battle for what is almost certainly fetishistic reasons. Yeah, the Guard holding Cadia until it was literally falling apart beneath them and then fighting just—
Cadia will be remembered, always, and forever. Cadia will always be remembered. Long live Cadia.
a little bit longer until they suffocated to death was undeniably badass. But at the end of the day, that's still a loss. Cadia blew up. Their job after all is to die gloriously until the big guns can take the credit for something. The Guard get their Purple Heart and the Space Marines get a demigod back. Additionally, the Guard gets the bottom of the barrel assignments compared to everyone else. Space Marines and Sisters of Battle will be out purging demons while the Guard is busy doing garrison duty. Now these lower-key stories can make for very fun and enjoyable narratives, so it isn't necessarily a flaw. But if you always want to be the center of attention, then the Guard might not be for you. Especially if by center of attention you don't mean directly in the middle of the enemy's attack path. Get used to being the meat shield, seriously, I can't emphasize this one enough. Also, as with every other faction, you get less lore than the Space Marines, which means that while the Guard has dozens of unique factions from Talarn to Krieg to Cadia to the Vestroyan Firstborn and more, they're not getting nearly as much attention as they should be. In fact, if it isn't Katakan, Cadia, or Kriegers, they probably aren't getting any attention. Have you ever heard of the Terex Guard? I haven't before I started working on this video. They seem pretty cool, but their last update seems to be around 10 years before I was born. That's just about all I got for the narrative downsides, because in my opinion, the Guard are doing pretty well in that department, but they more than make up for it with their tabletop flaws. Do you think that their units are so cheap because they're just so cool that Games Workshop couldn't resist making them cheap? Not at all. They cost little because looking at them funny makes them explode. Point for point, the Guardsmen are good at everything from durability to damage. Purely looking at stats, however, yeah, they're gonna get obliterated on the battlefield. Anti-infantry weapons are gonna powderize your soldiers, anti-armor will do to your tanks what those hyper-realistic Minecraft mods do to a computer. And with the exception of Ogrins, they aren't good in melee if you aren't buffing them with supporting units, and even then they aren't exactly great. Sure, the Guard can take Fire Warriors or Guardians in melee, but that scenario should never come up because the Guard performs much better at range, and if an Eldar or Tau player is purposely putting those units into melee, then they need to find another army. The average Guardsman also isn't particularly brave either, because he's been assigned a squirt gun and t-shirt and told to go kill God. I mean, I can't blame him. I'd run from these battles the first chance I fucking got. Just something to keep in mind when you're in the thick of things. If you specialize in either a wave of conscripts or a wave of tanks, your opponent will not only know exactly what to play to counteract this, but will more than likely be able to do so with relative ease, given that their units are some of the weakest in the game compared to other factions. Now, while I did mention that it's possible for you to counteract this by having certain units act as firing magnets while others do an important job elsewhere, it's entirely possible for this to fail spectacularly. The Guard works best when all parts of it are performing in tandem, and when one part breaks, the entire thing can come crashing down. Imagine this scenario. A Guard player is fighting an Eldar player. The Guard player could have the Commissars and Priests giving the correct buffs for the situation, the firing line of artillery is perfectly set, and the foot soldiers are where they need to be for maximum efficiency. The Guard player can very much roll the Eldar player over here, but here's the thing. While a balanced Guard army can be the most effective, it's also easy to bring to a halt once things stop going so well and the right units are taken out. If the Eldar player takes down your characters with Rangers, sends fire dragons to destroy the artillery, and manages to get some Wraith Guard into melee range with the Guardsmen, you're in deep shit. Even if only one of those things goes off successfully, the Guard player may still very well be crippled for the rest of the game, as it doesn't have what it needs to properly perform. And because the Eldar units are so specialized, they're perfectly suited to taking down your key units if they play the right ones. This isn't just the Eldar though. Every faction is going to have something able to cause this scenario to happen if they get the chance. If you play Guard, you need to know two things. One, what's best to throw into line of fire to take hits for something else, and two, at some point you're going to have to figure out which vital unit is the least vital one to sacrifice. You need to play defensively with your infantry to win if you don't want to take casualties for the big guns, and no matter what, a lot of people are going to die here. The Baneblade is tough, but the avatar of a war god is going to cleave it in half if you don't make sure there's enough cannon fodder in front of it. Beyond rules, well, your Guardsmen are cheap in Warhammer points. In real life money, prepare to take out a loan or 10 if you want to play these guys. Let's look at their start collecting box. Honestly, I think for what it gives you, it's one of the best ones available, maybe even the best. With the exception of maybe the Commissar, you can always use more of the units that are in it. The problem is you're going to need to buy at least 5 of them for a functioning Guard force. To mechanize your infantry, numbers is the name of the game here. You can't buy a few boxes of these guys like with the Space Marines or Custodes and call it a day. You need a lot of everything. And this only gets worse the more you look at it. Want that unit of 3 basilisks I mentioned earlier? $200 after taxes, please and thank you. This also means a lot of time spent assembling models, which means a lot of time spent painting and transporting models. The Guard is a very intensive area to play, arguably more so off the tabletop than on it. And a lot of these models are so wonderfully out of date. Their vehicles are fine, I'll grant. Even a World War I tank designed by stapling a turret to the top of a tractor can age well. And the standard Cadians are okay. They're not an atrocity to look at, but you can definitely tell they're aging, especially compared to Primaris Marines with the new Eldar units. Maybe not as bad as the Tyranids are, but it's close. But pretty much all the characters are not only aging, but in fine caster metal. And to really see an example of the Guardsmen aging poorly, look at the Catechins. This is painful to look at. Bring back the Red Terror, please, I beg of you.
What have they done to my boys?
This man isn't a gene stealer in disguise. And this is supposed to be an army of Rambos. I know Sylvester Stallone can make some pretty funny faces sometimes, but for the love of God, he never looked like this. And you know how I mentioned that in the lore there's all sorts of armies that the Guard has? Well, on the tabletop, they can go suck a fire hose because you don't get them. You get Catechans and Cadians, and I guess if you really want to be generous, the Tempestus Scions. Now, I'm sure some bright soul in the comments will be going, oh, quit whining, you've got Krieg too. And yeah, Krieg's there with a single infantry kit for $60. Or you can get 16 horses, the finest Krieg has to offer, off the Forge World website for $500, or 15 infantrymen and 3 artillery pieces for $600. Let me just check, and yep, Eldar Titan's gonna be less than $400. Let me just make sure you're understanding this. A Titan is less than some horses. And there used to be some pretty solid diversity in the Guard like Talarn, but unfortunately those don't sell like Space Marines and Starship Troopers do, so go fuck yourself, valued customer. I mean, what else can I say? If you want some variety in your Guard army, you have 3 options. Find out-of-date models from secondhand sellers, get really good at kit bashing and risk Games Workshop executing you for bringing in a micrometer of third-party material, or spend your life savings on resin. And there's the basics of the Guard for you. An army with a lot of character to it that can perform very well despite being made of squishy humans, but keep in mind that it's by no means invulnerable. When played well, you can bring the full force of Germany in the first half of World War II to the table. When played poorly, you can bring the full force rout of Germany in the second half of World War II to the table. But you'll be having a fun time doing it no matter what. Thank you, of course, to my channel members. You
Hail
are
to the
Guardsmen
glorious
Imperium,
Imperial
generously
God.
sacrificing your wallet so that I may continue on my quest for glory and YouTube infamy. Thank you all for watching, and take care out there.
No problem. All right, folks. I think we're reaching the end of the old trail.
I'm not going to play it because I don't want to steal it, but go listen to XX by Stringstorm if you somehow haven't yet. It's a seriously awesome song about the Guard, proving once again that they're the best human faction in 40k, which makes it all the more funny that it was written for Remy Down Under Gaming's Modern Arma clusterfucks. In fact, go watch that too. Why are you still here? Are you expecting a joke? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm running out of funny for the script. I want to bang Carl Franz, Marathi's hot, I'm diabetic. There, I hit all the major notes. Now go away, I'm busy.
Now see, when I play Warhammer 2, I at least make sure that my lizard men take care of her and her armies. Always. So there you go. Glorious.
Painting ogres.
All right, folks. I gotta be heading the old trail. Ending it. But before we do end, one last video wouldn't hurt. Why not? Just to have the old. Just to have the old march. Why not? For Krieg! One more time. For Krieg! For Krieg! Now this should be clipped. For Krieg! For Krieg! Put on your gas mask, guys and gals. We're charging at the enemy. And we're gonna fuck them up. There we go. For our glorious boys in Krieg. There we go. All right, folks. I gotta mosey on up out of here. because I gotta get some food in me. My big guts, ready, my little guts. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all again. Laughs in German. Shall we enact NATO Airstrike 5 then, Kit? Ugh. It was fun hanging out with all of you. I hope all of you had a lot of fun. My pen just fell on the ground. Gotta go get it. I'm gonna be heading on out of here. All of you have been lovely. You've been great. Please take good care of yourselves. All the best. I shall miss you all, but I'll see you next Saturday. And we'll have a lot of fun. Oh, World War III will turn us into the Krieg, I promise. So I'm gonna go back and being Carl Franz and be good and be a good empire. That's right, for the glory of mankind. But be kind to the lizard men. My lizard babies are very lovely. So there we go. All right, folks. I'm up out of here. All of you are great. Oops, let me just do one here real quick here. And all right, I'm up out. Folks, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that ring bell notification for Chicago Reacts and Chicago Reacts Movies and TV. And again, be sure to subscribe to us here on Chicago Plays. Until then, folks, take care and see you in the next episode of Chicago Plays.